Pascal. You are now rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening. Welcome to the Pascal Show. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope the show finds you in great spirits because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget about that. Yeah. We got things we got to talk about today. We had a very early morning with the Courtney Clenny situation, and now we are back over here to talk about TUPAC Shakur and Keefe D. We got quite the things to talk about. Got a lot to talk about. And there's a lot to look into, for lack of a better term. So, giving you guys a fair heads up, today is going to be kind of like a refresher on the case, understanding of what's going on, okay? But then we got some other things, all right? Because this is a very, very big trial. It's going to be a very, very big trial. One thing I'm still trying to figure out, I got a couple questions that I'm still trying to figure out within this trial. So hopefully we'll have those things answered by today. So we will be talking about that as well. But regardless, we are here to talk about this because this is something that we all give a damn about. 30 years in the making. Is Tupac finally getting justice served? Is he finally getting the justice that he deserves? That's what I'd like to know, right? So we got a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss, and a lot to get into. So do me a favor. Hit that like button down below. Crush it, do what it do. Hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms, please make sure you hit that follow button, okay? I'm on Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick. I'm on all of them, so make sure you go and do that, all right? Hit that subscribe button, Subscribe right here to my YouTube channel. Go to my second channel and my third channel. I got a first channel is this one, The Pascal Show. Second channel is The Pascal Show Clips. And then I have Pascal Shorts. Please go and subscribe to all three of them. Hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random. It is whenever things are breaking or stuff like this is popping off. So make sure you have that notification bell set to all. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon. And, of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out. PascalMerch.com. Okay, guys. We got some things we got to get into, okay? We got a lot to discuss. And hold on. And honestly, I think that there's a few things that we need to kind of understand before we go all the way into this. But before we do go all the way into this trial, let me just let you know, Tupac Shakur may finally be getting the justice he rightfully deserves. After 30 years, all right? This man lost his life in 1996. 1996, it's wild to even say that, okay? It's been a very, very, very long time. It's been decades since anyone has known what has happened here. No one really knew. This was a mystery. People pulled up, and it was a drive-by, taking the life of Tupac. Suge Knight obviously got injured as well, but he lived. He lives to tell the story. In fact, that's a question I have about that as well, because even Suge Knight is refusing to take the stand, is refusing to talk about this case or to talk about the death of one of his friends and one of his artists that he was, working with and supporting. This is all a very wild case, but before we go into everything, let's take a look at this here off of Fox.
Tupac Shakur was killed, but on Monday, a new development happening. This coming from Fox 5 Atlanta. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is headed to trial for his alleged role in arranging.
Can we hear that one more time? You know what? You know what really drives me crazy? Okay? Like, we're going to hear people say Tupac. Okay? It's Tupac. All right? We're going to be hearing that. But you know what's really going to bother me? You know what's really going to grind my gears? Is when they can't even say Keefe D's name correctly. Okay? That was supposed to be a dun-dun-dun. Okay? But this is stupid. Did you hear what she just said? I'm just going to play it again. If you didn't catch it, now you're not going to be able to not hear it. Let her say it one more time.
Was killed, but on Monday, a new development happening. This coming from Fox 5 Atlanta. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is headed to trial for his...
Keefe. Okay. Dwayne Keefe D. It's Keefe D. Damn.
Alleged role in arranging the 1996 drive-by shooting that killed rap legend Tupac.
This is Fox News. Just so you know, this is Fox News. This is Fox News.
TUPAC Shakur. Davis is the only suspect ever formally charged in connection with the crime. Nearly 30 years after Shakur was gunned down on the Las Vegas Strip, the case is finally headed to trial. Once again, Davis, the only person ever charged in the killing, and prosecutors say that he helped orchestrate the drive-by shooting and provided the gun. Davis has pleaded not guilty. Now, after years of delay, trial proceedings get underway on Monday as jury selection starts in a Las Vegas courtroom.
She clearly does not know anything about this case, and she's just reading the teleprompter. That's what I think. You know, she may not even know who Tupac is. I'm just letting you know. But we're here. Here we are. Here we are.
Trial is expected to last 4 to 5 weeks and could finally put some of the biggest questions surrounding this death in front of a jury. So here to walk us through what happens next, I want to bring into the conversation.
Wait, but I was going to say, is he going to be black? There we go. Okay. Now listen. No shade to any white individual that knows their knows enough about the Tupac Shakur case or anything like that. Okay, I just I haven't seen this video yet, so I was expecting this is when they dig out from the bottom of the barrel the black correspondents that they have, all one of them, and they're like, "Are you well read on the TUPAC Shakur murder, sir?" I can. You know what I mean? But they got this guy. His first name is Trey, though. Maybe they made a mistake. Maybe they read that on a piece of paper is Trey Lavelle, and they're like, "Oh, that definitely is a black person." Call him up. See if he knows anything about Tupac. And he called. And they're like, "Well, you never know. He might still be black." And then they got him on camera, like, "Oh no, he is not black." But his first name's Trey, and it's spelled this way. It's TRE. It's not. You know what I'm saying? It's. You see what you get? You see, and his last name's Lavelle. His name is black. You realize that, right? So they went through the list. They say, "Well, we already used Joshua Jackson last time, and we already used Malcolm Jamal Warner the other time. So there's Trey Lavelle. Let's call up Trey Lavelle." I'm sorry. No disrespect to the attorney. I'm sure he's a fantastic attorney. But his name, it's off-putting. So I can see why somebody be like, "Oh, pick him. His last name's Lavelle. He black." He showed up. They're like, You're on in 5. Okay, let's go. But his name is Trey Lavelle. Oh, good God. His name is Trey Lavelle. Or Level, or Lavel, whatever, however. But you know, you're reading it, it's Trey Lavelle. Okay? Let's go. It's like meeting somebody, a white guy named Jermaine. There's not many. Or a Jerome, a white Jerome. There's not many. You understand? Okay, we're moving on. He must be well read in this trial. So you know, maybe he black on the. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna go. Let's hear what Trey got to say. Trey.
Attorney Trey Lavelle, thanks so much for joining us here on Live.
It is Trey Lavelle. Thank you. They read him off a list and said, well, he must be black. And it's about TUPAC. We need some black voices talking about the hippity hop. Call up Trey Lavelle, sir. They heard his voice. They're like, ooh, you must be educated. Come on the show. Well-educated black man. Next time, can we have some faces, some photos next to the names next time so we know? Because, you never know. Chad Whitehouse might actually be a black guy. You just never know. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. But let's I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt Trey Lavelle. So let Trey speak his talk. Shall we?
Not from Fox.
Oh, thanks for having me.
So for somebody watching this trial who hasn't been following it for the last 30 years, what exactly did the prosecution have to prove to get this murder conviction here?
Yeah, so what the prosecution has to prove is not that Dwayne Davis did the crime, but that he helped orchestrate the crime and provided the murder weapon. And there's a specific statute in Nevada that's a murder statute where you're trying to promote and assist a gang crime. And that's where this is largely resting, and he has put himself through his own discussions and own publications in the car, providing the weapon, which kind of triggered all this. So it's important. It's one count of murder, but they don't have to prove that he did it, just that he helped orchestrate the crime and provided the murder weapon.
And what's he facing if ultimately they do decide that?
He's facing life without the possibility of parole. It's a very serious crime with very serious consequences.
Listen, there's so much we got to talk. You got to understand, Keefe D, okay, Dwayne, is so dumb. How dumb is he, Pascal? That he wrote it in a memoir. He wrote it in a book. He wrote about orchestrating the unaliving of Tupac. Okay, no. With all due respect, TUPAC Shakur. All right, one of the best rappers to ever do it. Okay, arguably. I know some other people be like, "Oh no, it was notorious." They're all great. Okay, they were both fantastic during that time. I think this is at the height of true hip hop, in my personal opinion. Now everything's gone to trash. Music's gone to dookie water. But I'm gonna calm down. Okay. But Keefe D is so dumb that he wrote it in a memoir. He confessed to it on tape. He said numerous times that he did do this thing. This man is so freaking dumb, and now he's trying to walk it back and be like, oh no, it's freedom of speech. I was just talking crazy. It's freedom of speech. He said things that led to him getting locked up. Why say something that you didn't do? Why would you go all over the internet? Why would you go all over these interviews? Why would you even write it in a mother-loving book? Only for you to sit there and say, no, I really didn't do that. If you didn't do it, don't write in a book. If you didn't do it, don't go on interviews and tell people that you did it. In fact, let me just say this too. How about this? How about this? Come here. Okay? No. The one that's about to click off. Just come here. Let's talk about it for a second. Why even say it in the first doggone place? How about that? Can we talk about that for a second? Please. Why even tell everybody, yeah, I'm the one who took out Tupac? Why? Why don't you just go to the grave with that information? Why would you go and tell the world that you did that? And then later on go, oh, yeah, I was just talking. I was just talking stuff. Yeah, why would you self-snitch? We already learned from Bruce Rivers, okay, attorney Bruce Rivers, right? He said, stop self-snitching. So why would you self-snitch in the first doggone place? Like you already owe. You owe. So like the street cred is gone. This isn't a situation where you literally gave the heads up to everybody in the streets moments after Tupac had lost his life, and you said, yeah, I did it. Give me my flowers. No. This is a whole situation in which you didn't do, like, what are you talking about? Why? Why? It makes no earthly sense, right? But again, it doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't. It's ridiculous. It's dumb. Why? Why would you self-snitch? Can we just talk about that for a second? Okay? There are people that know exactly what happened to JFK. There are people that know exactly what happened to, I don't know, any of these other massively popular or known figures in our lifetimes. And they have gone to the grave with the truth. So why him of all people? Why would he sit there and self-snitch? Is he losing his mind? Is he lying? Was he saying that just to sell a book? Why would he do that? Here's the other thing, too. We have got to talk about Suge Knight. But not yet. Not yet. We will be talking about Suge Knight in just a little bit, okay? We're gonna talk. We got things to talk about. But again, for him to sit here and say, oh, I didn't do it, but then you wrote about it, you talked about it, you put it all out here in the internets. Exactly, Evolved Niche, okay? They know exactly what happened to MLK, MLK, Malcolm X. You see what I'm saying? All these huge pillars of specific movements or certain eras in our history. There are people out here that truly know the full truth of what happened to these particular people, right? And they're going to the grave with that information. And he just goes out of his way to be like, oh, let me just write this in a book. That'll be a brilliant idea. It's dumb, guys. It's dumb. So make that make sense, right? And now he's in a courtroom saying he didn't do it. But you talked yourself into this situation, homie. That's the problem, son. You talked yourself into this situation. You didn't need to go on Vlad TV. You didn't need to be putting things on in memoirs or in books, talking about your personal point of view of orchestrating the unaliving of Tupac. You didn't need to go and confess to 5-0 saying that you did that. Why paint yourself in a corner that you didn't need to paint yourself into then? It's because he did it, guys. It's because he did it. He wanted the clout. He wanted the fame. He wanted the accolades, the recognition. And because he's so dumb, he didn't realize that they could still catch him for muerte. That's why. He's a dumbass. Same dumbass that pulled the trigger, orchestrated and helped pull the trigger on Tupac. Clearly, this man has not changed. Still a dumbass, always was a dumbass, always will be a dumbass. Let's move on.
And that's why I think, because of the seriousness of the offense, that's one of the reasons I think the prosecution decided to go ahead and go after him.
So we were kind of talking about this before this interview started. Really interesting case because he did an interview with law enforcement back in 2008, and then he also wrote this essentially tell-all memoir. All of this is going to be used in the trial. It almost seems like he was asking for this.
Wait, hold on. In the event of my demise, dedicated to those curious, the event of my demise, and when my heart can't beat no more. He tried to. Is this is what he wrote? Hold on. Okay. I hope I die for a principle, something, a belief that I had, a belief that I had lived for. I will die before. What? Okay. I'm going to have to find that. Okay. I've come to grips with the possibility and wiped the last tear from my eyes. I loved all who are positive in the event of my demise. So these are, okay. These are lyrics. That's what it looks like. Okay, we're gonna continue. We're gonna look. I think that's a poem. A Tupac poem, I guess.
That's the most shocking thing of all, because, this case was essentially given up on. It happened 3 decades ago. They did an investigation. They couldn't get anywhere. And then all of a sudden comes out this book in 2019 where he's out there talking about the crime, putting himself in the car, kind of bragging about his involvement. And then more information comes out that he was a gang leader and part of the Crips and things like that. And all of a sudden it put himself on the police's radar. And those statements that were also kind of appeared in documentaries, and there was another interview with federal investigators in 2008 where he also talked about the crime, but supposedly that was supposed to be confidential. All of this stuff started to arise, and the prosecutors said, hey, we got somebody. And there's been a thirst for 3 decades to try to go after and solve this crime, figure out what happened, because it was so high profile. And I think that's really the impetus for why they're going after him.
Really interesting. So how can somebody be convicted of murder if they're accused of orchestrating a killing rather than actually firing that gun?
Well, it's almost like a conspiracy and aiding and abetting type theory. But there are specific statutes that if you're, helping to promote a murder with a gang activity, it's an exacerbated crime, exacerbated murder charge, which leads to one of the worst penalties you have, which is life without the possibility of parole. So that's the one statute they can go after him because they don't really have the evidence of him actually committing the crime, and much more than that. So there's a statute that allows them to pursue that, and it's really about trying to put together 3 decades of evidence to corroborate the prosecution's position that, hey, he was there, he orchestrated, he should go to jail.
Take us inside that courtroom. When that jury is selected, the trial gets underway. What should viewers be paying attention to in those opening statements?
Well, what's so fascinating about this case is it's almost reversed from what a typical murder trial is. In most murder trials, you have DNA evidence. You have, if it's a shooting, you have ballistics. You have fingerprints. You have testing. And you have maybe co-conspirators that can flip on each other and things like that. We have none of that. There was no DNA at the time. There's no gun was ever recovered. They never recovered the car. They don't have fingerprints. Everybody in the car is dead. And so now they're just really relying on this confession or these admissions, which also you don't typically get in a mainstream murder trial. So it's almost backwards. They've got these confessions or these admissions they're trying to use, and they're trying to, backwards corroborate that, put together the case to support those statements, which is really a challenge.
So walk us through the prosecution's case. How do they take a jury from this happened back in 1996 to the defendant is criminally responsible for this?
So what's going to lead the prosecution's case are those statements and admissions that Dwayne Davis made in his memoir and to the federal authorities, basically saying, hey, I was part of it. My nephew had been beat up earlier that night at the at MGM by Tupac and his gang and his group, and it was revenge. And we were driving on the strip. We saw them. I provided the gun. I was there. He made these self-serving statements, which is often the best evidence a prosecution can have. You know, somebody admitting to the crime is often more powerful than eyewitness testimony, sometimes even video testimony. So they're starting out with very strong evidence. But now they have to put it together and they have to back it up.
And as we're seeing that really strong evidence that you're mentioning, if you're his defense attorney, how do you explain all of these statements, the interview and all of that without essentially asking the jury to ignore his own words?
You know, it's going to be a challenge. First of all, the defense is going to say, hey, you know, he was sensationalizing this. This was fictionalized. He was selling a book. He was trying to profit off it. It's not true. He was just exaggerating and making it up. They're also going to say that the book was co-written by another author, and you really can't show, you know, attribute which statements were made to which author, and maybe he didn't make those statements himself in the book. But it's going to be a challenge because whenever you're trying to
hold on,
not true. He was just exaggerating and making it up. They're also going to say that the book was co-written by another author, and you really can't show, you know, attribute which statements were made to which author, and maybe he didn't make those statements himself in the book.
I mean, but that's the thing. If it, you know, I haven't read the excerpt from the actual book. I know that there's like audio, people like doing readings of the excerpt, and we're gonna find that and then listen to that as well. But you can miss me with the nonsense of like, oh, we can't tell, you know, who was writing the book and who wasn't writing the book. What, you know, whose perspective is this and whose it's not. It's, if I'm correct, it is written in the perspective of him. It's in his POV. He's referring to himself in first person as he's writing this whole breakdown of literally executing Tupac Shakur. So again, you know, yeah, exactly, D. You know, you mean to tell me that he just had somebody else pen it for him and they just said, yeah, whatever's in the book's fine. He didn't proofread it. He didn't read through it really quick. Even if he's a slow reader, doesn't matter. You know, he didn't go through that stuff just to make sure. Oh, okay, yeah. No, that's not accurate at all, bro. I didn't do that. I didn't orchestrate that. The hell? You mean to tell me that this guy's not approving the information before it gets printed out to thousands of millions, potentially millions of people? Yeah, your name is on the freaking damn book as well. Exactly, Messi. So, like, what missed me with the nonsense of him being like, "Oh, I didn't know," or it's up for argue whether or not they knew that it's up for argument that he knew that that part was even written in the book. It's like, no, there's no way he could have just let somebody write whatever they wanted without his acknowledgement, without his knowledge of them writing it in the book. Then on top of it, he was in interviews talking about this stuff, man. This isn't a situation where he was just like, I didn't know, because I feel like he would be in every interview being like, I didn't know anything about that book. Somebody else wrote that segment. That was not me. I had nothing to do with Tupac Shakur's murder. Not at all. But no, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. What happened? He goes on these other interviews being like, yeah, man, I orchestrated that murder. I orchestrated the hell of that thing. They wanted some this, that, and the third. It's such and such wanted to spend about $1 million to do X, Y, and Z. And I say, hey, say less, bro. Who do I need to take out? Real talk. So again, it's a very, very steep uphill climb for his defense team. That's all.
But it's going to be a challenge because whenever you're trying to refute or recant what your client has said, there's a credibility problem. And this presents the one issue to the defense that most defense lawyers don't have. Do we put him on the stand? because the best person that can explain why he made those statements and provide a reasonable basis for why they're not true is Davis.
Keefe. Would be Keefe D, absolutely. So would Keefe D take the stand to explain his side of everything? I feel like he would. He's the only person, he's one of the few that's still alive. And then remember, like I said, we're going to be talking about some things later on about Suge Knight, but Suge Knight is even sitting here saying that he's not willing to even testify. He's going to refuse to testify for this trial or any trial that has anything to do with Tupac, which is crazy. Why? We're going to talk about that in a little while. But like I said, that just seems very strange. Don't you find it strange? And now this guy is out here, like, come on, guys. Like, stop. Let me let him cook.
So they're going to be really, as the trial gets going and towards the end, they're going to really have to think whether they need to put him on the stand. And that's going to depend how well they're able to chip away at the prosecution's case as it's going on.
Do you think it's going to be hard to find an unbiased jury?
No, I don't think so. I mean, people can be biased or have, certain leanings, but also be fair. Everybody's going to have an opinion on somebody. Most people are going to know who Tupac was. They're going to know about this case. So it's going to.
He was good. Trey was doing good with his name. You know what I mean? Trey Lavelle. And then he said Tupac. He just said Tupac. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. But I agree, Messi. Okay. And what's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. Hit the like on your way in, please, and thank you. That would be really appreciated. He just said Tupac. But yes, I agree. I feel like that's the only reason why he's not willing to testify, because there is that theory that maybe Suge and Diddy had something to do with taking out Tupac. I don't know. I don't know the proof. I don't have any proof of that, but that is a theory that people are saying out here for show. Let's continue.
It'd be hard to find a jury that nobody has really heard about it, but you just have to go through and really vet, can you be fair on this? Can you be open on this? This is, an old case. Well, do you have any, specific preferences, coming into it? Can you be, things like that. And the judge and the lawyers can do a pretty good job about vetting it. So I'm not too concerned that they can't get a fair jury. They just have to go through the steps to make sure that everybody is there will have an open mind.
So let's say.
Yeah, we'll see about the open-mindedness, but for a fact, everybody has their opinions about what happened here. This case is so old. Okay, this case has gone on for this is so old, y'all. You don't think that everybody and their mama gonna know a little bit of something about this? I'm just saying it's gonna be very, very hard for them to instantly say, "Oh, he's not guilty." There's just too much. This is a way too popular and way too well known of a case. Especially with the things that this guy has put out and has said with his own freaking mouth. But let's go over to News Nation real quick.
I want to bring in Alexandra Kazarian, senior trial attorney at Garagos & Garagos, friend of the show. Good to see you so much. I imagine you wouldn't have recommended that he
good haircut. I like the haircut on Jesse. Looking good.
Do an interview just days before the trial, right? Why? What do you make of that? Is that going to hurt him?
Yeah, I don't think that was a good idea at all, especially if there is any kind of evidence that could link him to Nevada. It's going to torpedo any kind of credibility that he has. But I think it's a really weak case in general. I agree with the defense that you cannot be holding someone accountable for a murder based on their statements alone. I mean, that in itself is
you
law.
Can? I mean, isn't that almost an alleged confession?
Sure, it could be called a confession, but I could write a book saying that I killed JFK, and that doesn't mean that it's true. Just because
here we go.
I write a book or I give an interview saying that I committed a crime does not give you enough evidence to convict me of it. There has to be independent credible evidence that I was actually there and that I actually had the intent to kill somebody and that I participated in that crime. And so his statements alone can't be enough.
Do you also think what do you think the prosecution is going to do to make that connective?
Hold on. I see what she's saying. And I understand that argument. There's no argument there. Okay, I understand that. You can't just solely go off of what he is saying. People talk all kinds of crazy stuff all day long. I caught a fish this big, we hear those kind of stories all the time. But with something so serious, on a case so serious and still unsolved, it'd be insane for anyone to run around and be like, yeah, for this unsolved mystery, this unsolved murder, yeah, I was the one pulling the trigger. Then this person needs to get their mind checked. Real talk, I get it. Sure. What she just said. Yeah, I took out JFK. Yeah, I took out Charlie Kirk. You see what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Okay, I get it. But at the same time, he was doubling down, tripling down. He was saying this on all types of platforms. You don't think 5-0 is going to take it seriously? And if it is him just fibbing, then he needs to get his mind checked. And they should, at least, I'm sure they've conducted that. At least I would hope they have, right? Just to make sure that he's not out of his doggone mind saying what he's saying. But you got an unsolved mystery, an unsolved case, and you got somebody running around saying, yeah, I did it, and here's how I did it. And I have a whole book explaining to you how I did it. I mean, man, and then the interviews as well, and the interrogation, you know what I mean? Like the audio from his interrogations and all that. I mean, it's just, okay, I get her point, but I'm just like, nah, man, nah.
Issue. It wasn't just that he made these statements. I'm assuming they're going to have more to put him in Nevada and say that he was affiliated with these individuals, that he was in that car. What do you anticipate from the prosecution?
Well, so far they have statements from people who weren't there who say that people who were there but have passed away told them corroborating evidence, that they said that he secured the gun, that he handed the gun to somebody in the car who actually did the shooting, that he was in the car, that there were conversations about it, that he was a part of. And so for a conspiracy theory, if there's evidence that a defendant was involved in a decision to commit a crime, and for a murder, if they can prove that he had the intent for that killing to happen and participated, then he could be charged. But the problem is, the witnesses that they're using the statements from were not there. The people who said these things to the witness are dead. So there's no way to cross-examine them. There's no way to know whether they're credible. And really the entire defense is he wrote a whole book about it. Why would he lie in a book?
Yeah, no, you just heard him right there. I guess here's something to note. And I think it was in 2008 that he gave this proffer agreement, right, where it allowed him to share some information about a crime, wouldn't be prosecuted for it. Why doesn't that protect him now?
So it should, because there was a government promise that anything that he said wouldn't be used against him. Their argument is after that statement, he then went out on his own and gave these statements to the news, in the book, and so he basically invalidated the government's promise. But that doesn't hold water. If there was a promise by the government not to use that information to prosecute him, the government has to abide by that. But if there's independent evidence besides his statement, then theoretically they could prosecute him. But here, they're actually being allowed to use that statement itself as evidence. I don't agree with.
Think it's going to be tough to find a jury? Who doesn't know about Tupac?
Yeah, but you're never going to find a jury that doesn't know anything about the case. Right. The idea is getting a jury that knows about it, but can still be fair and listen to all the evidence before they make a decision. Can that happen? We'll see. Who
do you want on the defense? Who would the defense want on the jury?
On the jury, I mean, you want people that are honest. You want people that will come in and say, yes, I have heard about it, and I understand the rules of evidence. And even though I have a suspicion that he might be guilty, I'm willing to put that to the side. I never want a juror that comes in and says, nope, I don't know anything about this. I've never heard of Tupac. Sure, I could be fair. That person's lying. So you want somebody that is at least honest about how they feel about that case. I don't know if you want people who are really involved in hip hop or not. Actually, I think in this case you do, because I think there's so many conspiracy theories.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you do. There's the Cuomo jump scare. I think you do want to have some people that are knowledgeable of the case. I mean, you know, but at the same time, like, I think you kind of want both, right? You want people who don't know a damn thing, but then you also need some other ones that do know what's going on, so that you get a better understanding of what is actually going on here, and what you're, you know, and what's happening, and maybe they can explain to the people who don't know what's going on or don't fully understand everything that's going on. They can kind of explain things to them or something. I don't know, but one thing is for sure, I don't know if it would help or hurt people, or help or hurt Keefe D, as far as bringing people in that know about this case or don't know about this case. I will say this too. It's 30 years, okay? It's been 30 doggone years. 30 years. There's a lot of people that know about this case. There's a lot of people that know about this timeline. And I think that that's kind of important, in my personal opinion, because that could play a factor in him just getting locked away if he was just talking out of his ass. If he was talking out of his ass, then, you know, this may be one of those things. You know what I'm saying? Where you don't want that to come and bite. You know what I mean? You don't want people who are are knowledgeable of the situation to throw away a guy who may have just been talking mess for the sake of talking mess. You see what I'm saying? So we'll see, though. We are definitely going to see, for sure. But we have got to take a look at a few things, because there's a lot to talk about. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, let's take a look at this real quick.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Waiver of one challenge is not a waiver of all. And then, like we just talked about, the challenges for cause will be up the bench after each.
This is allegedly inside the courthouse. Jury selection underway.
After each side is finished with their questioning. If it happens earlier, you know, you just don't think this is a suitable person, and it becomes very apparent, and you just guys want to approach it in the middle. Let's do it that way. Okay? We don't have as many issues ultimately with other jurors being tainted by answers, so we can do a deeper dive than usual, given the individual sequestered nature.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
All right, so jury.
Interesting. Hold on.
So
we are going to be taking a look at an interview by his defense attorney. Apparently, the defense attorney is doing this pro bono. He's doing this on the free 9s and 9s, which is shocking, which is surprising. Okay. So he's doing this on the free 9 and 9, just so you guys know about that. But that is what's going on in there. Obviously, excuse me, there, jury selection is happening right now as we speak. So that's what's happening. I don't know how long jury selection is going to be, but it will be over the next couple days. Hopefully they're able to get this done pretty quickly, but we'll see what happens as far as the jury selection. But let us continue with our conversation. In fact, I'm going
I want to bring in Alexandra Kazarian, senior trial attorney.
Hold on.
It has been nearly 30.
So what's going to lead the prosecution's case are those that nobody has really heard about it, but you just have to go through and
We're hearing a story about a shooting that happened almost 30 years ago, with several key people.
We're going back to Trey Lavelle. Hold on.
Now dead. How does that passage of time ultimately impact the prosecution's ability to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt?
it makes it extremely difficult. And time is the defense lawyer's best friend, because when you have 3 decades that have passed, memories fade, collection of evidence gets questionable, forensic testing is questionable. It happened so long ago. You're going to be able, as a defense lawyer, to be able to chip away at that. So the prosecution knows that. That's why they have a 200 witness list so far, because they're going to put together this case brick by brick by brick and build a pyramid. And that's why they have so many witnesses. It's going to take so much time, because they're going to have to do it because it's so old.
And, as we could potentially have witnesses recounting events from, like we said, 3 decades ago, how might attorneys attack or defend a witness's credibility in terms of remembering what actually happened?
Well, the first thing that's going to creep in is humanity. People naturally forget things. Memories certainly fade after that time. And the defense is going to have very specific cross-examination questions. Of the area, of the perimeter, how far, where were you, what happened, what around you, who can corroborate, things like that. And it's going to be difficult for witnesses who are testifying to what they saw 3 decades ago to be able to provide that. That is going to be one of the defense's biggest strategies, is dismantling the credibility of those witnesses. But at the same time, you have these statements that the prosecution is leading with, and if the prosecution can develop a narrative that a reasonable person can say, yeah, I see that. His nephew was beat up. He wanted to get revenge. He's in a gang. It's part of gang culture to do this. How would he know these things if he wasn't in the car? Why would he say this? So, going into it, the prosecution has major challenges, but they got a pretty good start. It's just how the defense is going to deal with it.
Who might some of the witnesses be that we could expect to see called?
My question to you guys is this. Does Keefe, I'm going to put it in a poll, but I'm going to ask it now. Does Keefe D have a fighting chance? Does he even have a fighting chance? Let's talk about that for a second. Let's just talk about this for a second. Let's just say he's just talking out his fat, stupid ass, right? Is he screwed? Think about it. If he just said all this stuff just to say it, just to be so stupid, is this a boy who cried wolf kind of situation? Yeah, I know he wrote a book about it. Like to hear? Here you go. He most definitely wrote a book about it. But I'm saying, is this a situation where he just talked himself into taking the rap for something he didn't really do? Is this a boy who cried wolf type of situation? If that makes any sense. I mean, the boy who cried wolf, he's kept saying wolf, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, they took it seriously. And then when he finally really meant it, no one came to his rescue, right? No one believed him. Well, he's been out here saying that he did it. Then when he finally gets arrested in connection to this, he goes, no, I had nothing to do with it. So now everybody's not believing him because they're believing the other stuff that he's been saying, right? So it is kind of like a really messed up, twisted version of the boy who cried wolf. Because now nobody's going to believe him. That's the problem. He's literally fighting for his life now. Because it could be life behind bars for what he did for what he said he did 30 years ago. And now he's saying, oh no, I didn't do it. I didn't do none of that. I was just talking mess. I'm going to put it in a poll.
Oh, it's a lengthy list. They're going to call Suge Knight, who was in the car with Tupac and was minorly injured. So whether or not he's going to be willing to testify and what he's going to say, we don't know. They're going to call him. They're going to call the LAPD investigators that investigated the scene at the time to get their recollection, start to put the framework together. A lot of this is gang related. Because the charge is based on promoting gang violence. So they're going to have experts in the gang about gangs, showing how the hierarchy is and showing how the culture crept into this. They're going to have evidence that there was a rivalry between Death Row Records and Bad Boy Records. In other words, between Tupac Shakur and Dwayne Davis. And they're going to start to kind of piece together the motive, which was the revenge. The fact that that incident happened at the MGM. That is part of gang culture to get revenge, and they're going to circle the wagons around that, with leading these statements. So they're even going to have and other experts, that were there. They don't have too much in forensics because, as I said, they don't have DNA, the murder weapon, things like that. So this is largely going to be lay witness testimony.
I'm curious, what kind of evidence might sound very compelling to us as viewers and the public, but in the courtroom, it might not be as important?
Well, I think, everybody has that first question, why did he talk? And, what was the impetus for him to say? Any person knows that if you're talking about being involved in a crime that was unsolved 3 decades ago with a famous person that was high profile, of course, it's going to put you in the crosshairs. So I think what we can look at is how the defense is going to explain that. Will they be able to come up with a really good reason why he said that, why it's not true? And I think that's going to be very compelling. But you got to remember, in the courtroom, it's all about the evidence presented. We hear things out here that are not going to be admitted, and opinions and things like that the jury will never hear. So within what's happening in the courtroom, a lot of things can happen, and a talented defense lawyers can really pick at witnesses, and a prosecution who can tell a good story can make it very compelling.
And, because we are talking about Tupac here, there are obviously just those enormous emotions and decades of speculation surrounding this case, 3 decades almost to be exact. How hard is it for lawyers to keep that jury focused on that evidence rather than everything they've heard about Tupac, the music industry, and even those theories about his death that have just been circulating?
Well, it's going to be very difficult, and they got to keep the jury focused on what's at issue. But I think as the public watches this, what's even as important as determining who committed the murder is more facts about it, what actually happened. And maybe some things will come out that will help the Shakur family, will help people that were involved, put this to rest. Because there are so many questions, from what happened 3 decades ago, and they just didn't get very far. And a lot of those questions remain answered. Now we have somebody that was in the car, Suge Knight, who's going to be on the stand. We have somebody that they say was in the other car, orchestrating the murder, to charge him. And so now we're going to be opening up the wound, looking at all the different facts and revisiting this case. And maybe we can get some answers that otherwise we've never been able to get.
And what happens at the end of this? Once both sides rest, ultimately, what's the jury going to be left to decide?
The jury's going to left to decide whether or not, he was there, he provided the weapon.
Well, you've been in custody since 2020.
And this was part of gang revenge. Those are really the elements that they have to prove. One interesting thing, too, is there's going to be a lot of appellate issues here. The judge is letting in the memoir, and he's letting in the testimony, the interview that the federal investigators had with him in 2008. Now, he's claiming there was an agreement, and the reason he gave that interview was there was going to be confidentiality, and they couldn't use it against him. So if there is, if they find him guilty and this thing's on appeal, that's going to be a heavily appealed issue, which could cause it to go back to the trial court. So there's a lot of appellate issues going into it, but it's so hard to predict because we've heard a little bit, being in the public, but with those 200 witnesses, with 4 or 5 weeks of trial, with what the defense is going to come up with, it's going to be completely different after 3 or 4 weeks.
And if the jury comes back not guilty, does that mean that they just believe Davis had simply nothing to do with this killing?
Not necessarily. What it means is that the prosecution couldn't fulfill their burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt. You got to remember, sometimes if a defendant is not found to have committed the crime, it's not because he's innocent or guilty, but because the prosecution couldn't fulfill its burden. And oftentimes, cases like this, they may end up in a hung jury. Maybe some will think he did it and participated, others won't. And so there's a number of things that could happen. But it's going to be an exciting trial. It has all the elements of not only a murder trial, but a murder mystery movie. And so it's going to be fun the next 3 or 4 weeks as we watch this.
Fun.
Certainly. And if you could leave viewers with one thing that you're just really watching for during this, what would it be?
2 things. Will Davis testify? Will they need him to testify to really explain those statements? And how compelling will the case be that the prosecution brings? They're going to lead with these statements, but they really have to have backup corroborating evidence that shows these statements reflect exactly what happened. And the defense is going to pick holes in that. So as we see each cross-examination, as we see each witness, as they're tested, that's going to add up as well. So, I would say it's going to be certainly whether or not Davis is going to testify, and it's going to be really how that prosecution, how well they're able to tell the story, convince a jury, hey, yeah, I think this did happen.
Yeah, it really is going to depend on that. Okay. If the jury's going to sit there and go, you know what? Yeah. I think what he confessed in that, to police, what he confessed on multiple interviews, what he confessed in his book, it matches everything that happened to Tupac and Suge Knight, because Suge Knight was in the car too, right? But man, like I said, something about this it's going to be a very interesting trial. I don't know if it's going to be fun, but it's going to be interesting for sure. Let me get this here really quick. Just want to make sure I have some things here. But we're going to continue on because there's some things here. Hold on. 1 second, guys. Sorry. Because there's a bunch of interviews that we need to pull up, and I'm trying to get all of them. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of different ones. Some from The Art of Dialogue, there's a bunch. Okay. Art of Dialogue, Vlad TV. There's new ones that Keefe D just recently did with From Jail, From Behind Bars. So there is a lot to talk about and look into. So we're going to be looking at a bunch of interviews here in just a minute. I'm just trying to line everything up because there's a gang of them. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. Yeah, this is, and I'm sure there's got to be like an excerpt from I'm sure there's an excerpt from somewhere of the actual book. I'm sure somebody read the excerpt from the book somewhere online. I just need to find it because I want to hear the actual excerpt. I don't have the book, obviously, but I definitely would love to hear about it. You know what I mean? Hear that excerpt one more time because obviously that says a lot too. But before we do that, let's take a look at this. After 3 decades, okay, we finally have a murder trial. All right. So about 10,000 people were in the area or in the arena watching. One of them was Tupac Shakur, the number one selling rapper who already became a hip hop icon at the age of 25. Away from the ring on September 7th, 1996, a bicoastal beef that had been brewing for years in the music industry was about to reach its tragic apogee. Hours after Tyson's left hook sent Selden face first to the mat, Shakur was hit by 4 bullets in his vehicle, a drive-by shooting just off the Vegas Strip. Tupac's right lung was destroyed. After 6 days in life support or on life support, he was pronounced gone. It took 109 seconds to settle that boxing match. It has taken 30 years for anyone to face trial over Shakur's demise. Jury selection starts today for Dwayne Keith Davis, also known as Keefe D, not Keffy D, Keefe D, okay, who is indicted in 2023 on 1 count of murder with a deadly weapon in Tupac Shakur's demise. He's 63. He's entered a not guilty plea. Prosecutors do not claim he fired the shots. They say he orchestrated the killing in retaliation for an attack on his nephew shortly after the Tyson fight. Now, if you remember, if you've seen that footage, which we'll probably play that in a little bit, they're literally curb stomping some kid, some guy, okay, in a Vegas casino lobby. I mean, they're just straight up having a full-on fight. It's insane, okay? Shakur's demise and the similar drive-by murder of his rival Christopher Wallace, also known as Notorious B.I.G., Biggie Smalls, less than a year later, put an uncomfortable light on the increasingly angry rivalry between East Coast and West Coast rap and whether artistic disputes were turning into violent real-world battles. Now, the Keefe D case is exposing just how deeply gang culture had become embedded in the industry's embrace of the gangsta. They had to do that. The gangsta lifestyle embodied in an artist whose work both lamented the violence that cut many young Black lives short while also glorifying it. He was working through his trauma through his art, music, and poetry. This is what a former MTV journalist said, who interviewed Shakur in 1994. And yes, the anger comes out in real life, too, through violence. Okay, so we already know about Tupac Shakur and his legacy. Okay. So legal troubles. Okay, let's skip ahead a little bit. Chain of events leading to murder started at a mall, suspect says. So Keefe D, okay, Dwayne Davis, and his crew of Southside Compton Crips went to Las Vegas on the night of the boxing match strictly for recreation, not for trouble, he wrote. But the group was set off when Keefe D's nephew, Orlando, Baby Lane Anderson, was attacked at the MGM shortly after the fight. Word got to Keefe D that Anderson had been beaten by Tupac and his entourage in retaliation for an incident at a shopping mall where a group of Bloods were beaten by Crips in what Davis, Keefe D, described as, quote unquote, another day of back and forth violence between the gangs. We kept it moving. But there's one thing that's for sure when living that gangster lifestyle. You already know that the stuff you put out is going to come back to you. This is what he wrote of the mall incident. You never know how or when, but there's never a doubt that it's coming. For Shakur, Keefe D said it came after the Tyson fight. When the white Cadillac Keefe D was said he was riding in sidled up to the black BMW driven by Suge Knight on East Flamingo Road. So, lead suspect talked himself right into jail. He most definitely did. So, for such a complicated case, Keefe D's defense is remarkably simple. You can't trust what he says. I would definitely say he's a liar. This is what his defense attorney said, okay, in an interview, okay? And Carl Arnold is his lawyer. He left the defense team a year later, allegedly, okay? So Keefe D now says the book was a work of fiction, one he attached his name to strictly for the money. So this whole thing was fan fiction? Because it doesn't say that on the book, last I checked. That was the ghostwriters who did it. I didn't write that book. This is what Keefe D told the news in an interview, in a jailhouse interview last month, noting it's in Congress. It's in Congress mention of a quote from Winston Churchill alongside its frequently profane descriptions of street-level gang life. I read the book. You know, I didn't write that book. I just read the book. Sorry. Just read the book. You know, I didn't write that book. So you have a whole bunch of ghostwriters writing the book. You know the book exists. You go out there in interviews saying that you wrote, that you have this book out there. You're talking about how you did it. And now you're saying you didn't do it. And now you're also saying you didn't write the book. So then where are the ghostwriters at? Can they step forward? Where are the ghostwriters at? Can they please step forward? You see what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? That doesn't make any, like, he's like, I didn't write this at all. I had ghostwriters that wrote that book. Read the book. You know I didn't write that book. Huh? But Keefe D's book is part of a flurry of statements and interviews that investigators say taken together amount to an admission he was involved in the damn murder. See what I'm saying? So even though he wrote it, even though, let's just say a ghostwriter wrote it, fine. He still went out in these interviews and said, yeah, I did it. I mean, I didn't pull the trigger, but I was the one handing the pew-pew over to my boy and saying, that's the guy. Blast. Start blasting, bro. You see what I'm saying? Davis said in the 2018 documentary Death Row Chronicles on BET, the shots came from the back of his vehicle. In a later interview with YouTube content creator DJ Vlad, Keefe D said he had a sense of remorse for what happened. Prosecutors say Keefe D gave information to investigators in a pair of recorded interviews lawyers call a proffer. Suspects share what they know privately, usually to see whether a deal can be worked out for a lesser charge or a lighter sentence. If there's no deal, prosecutors usually can't use the information against them. A proffer. So he was out there having a conversation with prosecution, confessing, saying certain things that would definitely get his ass in trouble. But now he's sitting here saying, I didn't do nothing. Okay, let's move on. But after Davis's arrest, after Keefe D's arrest, Clark County Judge Kearney ruled the proffer interviews are admissible in Keefe D's trial because Keefe D, made many of the same statements in his book and media blitz that he had previously told police. So the same things that he was saying in these interviews and the same things that he was saying in the book are the same things that he was saying in this proffer with prosecution. So the man is, he's cooked. Ultimately, he just talked himself right into jail. He's a special kind of stupid, y'all. He's a special kind of stupid. In his book, Keefe D acknowledged speaking to the police and breaking the gangster code in the process. The feds had followed me around for 15 years. It was finally time to get the ish off my chest and over with, the book said. Everybody else from my neighborhood was getting off on the ish. Why not get off on my ish? I sang because they promised I would not be prosecuted. Who fired the shots? I'm sorry, he's dumb. I can't hold it in. He dumb. He dumb. This is a special kind of stupid. Special kind of stupid. This man is dumb. This man is dumb. Okay, let's continue though. Let's continue, shall we? He's dumb. He's dumb. He's dumb. He's dumb. Oh my God. This man is dumb. Everyone. Special kind of stupid. Special kind of stupid. He said it in the books. He said it in interviews. And then he did a proffer with prosecution and confessed there too. But now he's saying he didn't do it? Okay, hold on. Okay? Hold on. How about this? How about not write the book? How about not confess on multiple YouTube videos? Let's start there with the book. Why write the book? Why write the book? If you didn't do it, why write the book? Let's just start there. You know what? No. We got to go further. I'm sorry. Why write the book? Then but then you wrote the book. Okay, you wrote the book. And then after the book, you decided, I'm going to go and fib on these podcasts and these YouTube videos. Saying, yeah, I did it. I was driving the car. I handed the pew-pew to my friend and said, hey, aim at Tupac in the black BMW. Start blasting, fool. Why would you do? Anybody who can hear me? Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Why would you do that and then say you didn't do it? We're not even gonna go with the proffer. That's a whole other level of dumb. Okay, but no, we're gonna throw it in there. We can't not throw that in there. So why would you go to the why would you have a proffer? Why would you do a proffer and then say that you under oath and it's all recorded with prosecution? Do you know how? Why? And then now, And then now you're saying you didn't do it? Huh? Davis' book, Keefe D's book, is vague on who made the call to gun down Tupac, saying it was only coincidental his crew caught up with his actual vehicle on the street that night. But he is clear the shooting was about revenge for the attack on his nephew. Okay, I stand firm on the point that Tupac, Suge Knight, and the rest of these N-words didn't have any business putting their hands on my beloved nephew, Baby Lane, period. Them jumping on my nephew gave us the ultimate green light to do something to they asses. Written in black and white. Written in black and white. Suge Knight, who was behind the wheel, was grazed in the head by a bullet and bleeding profusely as he continued driving, police said. Although gang ties to Tupac's unaliving had been suspected from the beginning, the search for this monster, for the killer, was long hampered by the refusal of potential eyewitnesses to testify. All of the people seemed to be looking somewhere else. This is what Las Vegas police spokesperson Phil Rollins said shortly after Shakur's demise. With no gun or other physical evidence tying Keefe D to the actual crime, prosecutors were relying on his own words, even though they acknowledge they don't believe everything he has said. In particular, Keefe D claims shots came from his vehicle after Suge Knight or Shakur raised their own weapon. Investigators don't believe that. I don't believe that either. I think they were just straight up ambushed. That's what I truly think. At no point during the investigation of the vehicle were any cartridge cases found inside Suge Knight's car or any weapons. So there were no weapons in the car. No shell casings were discharged. I literally think that they went to the game or went to the fight, were driving on the street. If I'm correct, I think Tupac was trying to holler at some girls. He was trying to have some fun. And then they got straight up ambushed. I do not think that they're like, oh, there's those fools, and then trying to pull out the heater. You know what I mean? I don't think they did that. I think they were ambushed straight up. Okay? They didn't see it coming. But moving on. Davis Keefe D's decision to tell all was dramatically different from Shakur's legendary final words as he was bleeding out near Las Vegas Boulevard. Asked by Las Vegas police officer Chris Carroll if he could name who shot him, Shakur responded, "F you." Wow, Carroll said years later. Investigators say they are not certain who shot Tupac, Anderson or DeAndre or Big Dre Smith, who was sitting next to him in the backseat of the Cadillac. Keefe D, who was in the front passenger seat, willingly put out his own theory. Orlando shot Tupac and Suge? Davis asked. Keefe D was asked in a 2021 interview. He did his thing, yeah. That's what Keefe D said. The incident against Keefe D alleges the indictment against Keefe D alleges he provided the weapon used in the actual shooting. So, Anderson denied any involvement in this actual tragedy. And Keefe D said Tupac was actually his nephew's favorite rapper. He had done some good-ass songs. I'm not going to lie. So Anderson was then killed in a gang shootout in 1998. This is what the Los Angeles Times reported. Keefe D, now a grandfather, is the only occupant of that actual Cadillac still alive. So he's the only one who can actually tell the truth or fib. Okay? So, again, this guy, this dumbass right here, okay? Dumbass number one, right over here. He's a special kind of dumb. All right? Either he did it and he self-snitched, or he's just a bold-faced liar that wanted some clout, and now he's taken the rap for something he may not have done at all. That's what's going on here. But I'm telling you right now, it just doesn't make any sense for somebody to go out of their way to make up lies like that. It just doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. And I'm hoping that we get something that makes sense here, or they get more information so we can get a better idea of what the hell's going on here, because he is dumb. This is the dumbest person in the history of mother-loving dumb. But we got an interview with him that was put up, how long ago was this? This was 2 days ago. They did this interview from jail, okay? So we got to take a look at this.
2023. Your trial's coming up in a few days. How are you holding up? Well, you've been in custody since 2023. Your trial's coming up in a few days. How are you holding up?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Best I can. Yep. So how you doing?
Getting ready for the trial as well. So, I read your book, Compton Street Legend, that you co-authored. Why did you feel the need to tell your story? And when you wrote it, did you ever imagine the situation you'd be in now?
I didn't write that book. I just told him 10 things in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave him some pictures. He did research and stuff like that. Him and my lawyer did that book. My lawyer died, and I just went on and signed on to it with him. I never read it or nothing.
Why would you allow yourself? Why would you give your photos, your whatever, and then let this person write this book for you and then never read the book? That's my problem. Problem number one is right there. That's a level of stupid I've never seen before in my whole entire life. He's sitting here going, no, you got it all wrong. I didn't have anything to do with it. I gave him some photos, and then he wrote the book. I ain't never even read the book. Then why are you going on interviews even after that saying you were there and that you did it and that you were the one handing the weapon over to one of your boys in the back seat to pull the trigger on Tupac and Suge Knight? I'm just saying, like, make this make sense. You're now sitting here saying, oh, no, I have nothing to do with that. I just gave him my stuff. I just gave him some photos. Why would you give anybody photos of yourself to write a book that you don't even know they're writing about, like what they're writing about? If that was the case, why would you do that? Are you going to write a book about my life and this crazy unsolved murder of Tupac? Go ahead. No. Have free reign to write whatever you want. But here's some photos of me, just so you have it, to make it more legit. Oh, by the way, put my name on it too. No problem. Yeah, bet. Put my name on it. That'll be fantastic. Ooh, love it. No, I don't need to read the book. I know it's fire. Go ahead, put it out there. Print it for thousands and millions of people to get their hands on it. Special kind of stupid. Special kind of stupid.
You were never handed a manuscript to sign off on?
I never read the book or nothing. It was already, and him and my lawyer was doing it. His name was Wayne Higgins, and he passed water in his yard. And they was friends, and he got in contact with me. Then I was just signed on to him. He gave me like 10 pictures, told him like 10 things that happened in my life, and he added all the adverbs and stuff like that. He did the thing on research. So yeah, I didn't write that book.
Well, I did read it. It mentions some interactions you had with Tupac Shakur. How would you describe your relationship with Tupac before September 1996?
I prefer not to talk about that stuff. I would like to say how my family is in danger and stuff like that, and how I wasn't even in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Did you hear what he just said? He said I wasn't even in Las Vegas during that time. I don't even know what you're talking about. I wasn't even in Las Vegas. The hell you talking about me being in Las Vegas? I wasn't even there. I wasn't in no Vegas. The hell you talking about? No Vegas for me. I was home. I don't know what you're talking about. Shoot. I was drinking Kool-Aid, chilling in my boxes, playing Nintendo. I don't know what the hell you talking about. Okay, cabron.
I wasn't in Vegas when this stuff happened. I just said that stuff to get out of trouble.
So you were not.
I Lo. I can't. We need to roll that back one more time. Did you hear that crap that just came out of his mouth? Please tell me you heard what he just said. Lord, I can't. Lord, I can't. Lord, I can't. Oh my God. Hear that again.
Families in danger and stuff like that. And,
it's after this.
And I wasn't even in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't in Vegas when this stuff happened. So I just said that stuff to get out of trouble.
He said what to get out of trouble? Hold on. What did he say to get out of trouble? To say that he was a part of it? To say that he went bang bang to get out of trouble? Say what? He said all of this to get out of trouble, but he's in trouble because of what he said in a book and in multiple interviews and a proffer as well. The hell is he talking about, man? I can't, Lord. I can't, Lord. I can't. Oh my God. I said this stuff to get out of trouble?
So you were not in Las Vegas, you're saying September 7th, 1996?
No, I wasn't.
Hold on. Say that again.
So you were not in Las Vegas, you're saying September 7th, 1996?
No, I wasn't. They can't prove I wasn't in Las Vegas.
Only a liar would sit there and say, you can't prove that, y'all. You can't prove I was there. Only a liar would say that. Only a liar would say that. You can't prove I was there. If you didn't do anything and you really weren't in Vegas, all you got to say is, I wasn't there. That's it. You don't even need to do all this extra BS. Being like, you can't even prove I was even there. Stop. Stop talking, homie. Just stop talking.
And, my family is in real danger. They got like two witnesses there's some dangerous dudes. Like they said, my son put out a hit on one of them. His name is Dante Lee. He the one real dangerous. He killed 3 guys out there in La Mirada, California.
Okay.
And he said my son put out a hit on him. I wouldn't want my son nowhere near him because he get to kill people for free and get out of jail for free. You know what I'm saying? And, they gave him $5,000. Well, we just played them out of $5,000. He's wrong, He's wrong. And then that Reggie Wright Jr., he's threatening my son on the internet. The last few days, he didn't threaten him on the internet. And it's wrong. It's wrong.
Could you describe, back in the 90s, the tension between the Southside Crips and Death Row Records?
There wasn't no tension between us, never, because maybe about 2 weeks before that September, in August '96, we was at the House of Blues, and they had a concert with the Loonies. Suge, Tupac, and Snoop pulled up in some Rolls Royces. And they came and said, what's going on here? I said, the concert over with. And he said, let's go up to Paradise. We got up there on Santa Monica and Hyatt, right there in Hancock District in LA. We was never at odds with each other. Me and him as friends we've been knowing each other since we was 8 years old. I played football with him, and his daddy and uncles was our coach. Yeah. I was never at odds with him.
I do want to mention, you had said that you were not in Vegas the night that Tupac died when there was the Mike Tyson fight. Again, I read this book, every single page. You included a picture of your sister and yourself at the fight.
That wasn't no fight. Why would I wear an overcoat Why would I wear an overcoat and a hat? I had a suit on and an overcoat. That was a New Year's party. That was a New Year's party.
So it says over here, me and my sister
God.
at the fight.
I didn't author that book.
Stop. I can't, Lord. I can't. Are you serious? He's like, you can't even prove I was there. Well, then can you explain to us why your photo's right here? We can see your photo's right. And it says, me and my sister at the fight. Same fight. Says Las Vegas. You can't make this up. This is a skit. Is this a skit? This is a skit. This has got to be a skit. He is so deep fried. Do you understand? He is beyond well done, in my personal opinion. He beyond. Okay? Okay. We're gonna, he is scallywag indeed. Is he just trying to get a rise out of this woman, out of this reporter? Because the reporter's like, I know you're lying. But it says right here in the book, it's with you and your sister. And yeah, that's you and your sister. And then the caption underneath is, me and my sister in Vegas. Can you explain that to me? Okay. She's being real patient with this dude. I'd be like, shut up. But that's just me. Okay? I can't, Lo, I can't. I can't. And here's the other thing, too. He said, why would I be wearing a long coat in a hat in Vegas around that time? I don't know. Shoot, people wear all kinds of weird stuff. I don't know. But I will say, he's freaking lying.
The dude just put that stuff in there. He ain't had no fight. September the 7th, it'll be 115 degrees. What I want to wear a suit with an overcoat on and a hat. Don't make sense.
Well, I mean, it could be warm, but maybe it's not. You got to remember, the climate back then was different than what it is now, as well. So it might have been a cool night. Vegas gets cold at night, baby. Vegas is in the desert. So during the day it gets hot, but at night it gets cold. So what are you talking about, homie? Come on, man.
So
Go back and look at the degrees that September. You think I'll wear that in September 7th? Come on now. A suit with an overcoat on and a hat. That was at a New Year's Eve party. And you see it where Orlando, he got the same floor.
Yep.
He had on a Dan Marino jacket. Dan Marino shirt that night in September, didn't he?
You're saying that
raise it up again. Show me again. Do that look like a Dan Marino shirt? Come on now. Think about it. He can change that quick. He can change up that quick.
Why was this picture included in the book soon after your description?
I did not write that book. A ghostwriter wrote that. He just put that on there.
And he never ran anything by you?
You think I would wear a suit? A two-piece suit with an overcoat on? Come on now. Cashmere overcoat.
Well,
Orlando can change his clothes that quick.
I've watched some of your other interviews. You came out with a few. There was a Vlad TV interview as well.
They paid me money to say that stuff.
You were publicizing the book. Were you publicizing it knowing that you didn't write it?
I was just trying to make my family some money. That's all it is. But you get where I'm coming from? Why would I wear a suit with an overcoat on and a hat September the 7th? Come on now. Think about it. Orlando can change clothes that quick. He can change clothes that quick. Honestly, you think he can? He's a magic man. He got the clothes in the lobby. He can change up clothes that quick. Orlando was a kid, and that picture was 2 years later. That was on a New Year's Eve party. I did not write the book. That's going to show you that I didn't write the book. Why would I have on a suit? You know what I'm saying? I did not write that book.
But the book has been a center of discussion in prior court proceedings, and it seems like it may be brought up in trial. Your name's also associated with it on the front cover.
Okay. One more time?
I said that the book has been brought up in prior court hearings, and it could be brought up in court as well. Your name is on the front cover. So why not stop the book from being published if you knew it was going to be published, if you didn't write it?
I didn't know that. I never read it. I didn't know that book was going to be published. They gave me money. I just did for money. That's going to prove that I wasn't in, that wasn't no fake. Why would I, September the 7th, you know what I'm saying? Why would I wear a suit, overcoat, and a hat? And you can check out, it was probably 100-something degrees on September the 7th. So think about it.
Dear
Why would I
Lord.
wear that? Orlando, he's a magician or something. He can change his clothes that quick. Come on now.
So if you
That
didn't,
was on New Year's Eve.
if you
That was a
weren't,
New Year's Eve party, and we're going to have somebody come and tell you that was a New Year's Eve party. That wasn't at no fight.
if you weren't there that night, how did you know the details to write about in
I
this
did
book?
not write that
Or
book.
where did
Okay?
these
You
vivid
ask me-
details
You
come?
ask me one more time about in the interview, I swear.
Okay.
You ask me one more time.
Okay, so see, here's the thing. Okay, and I appreciate, and we're going to finish it. We're not done. But you got to understand, like, and I appreciate the, what I was trying to say is I appreciate the reporter just, asking the questions to be clear. Now, don't get me wrong. Yes, I get it. Photos that he took or the photos that he put in this book may not be chronologically accurate, right? That is still possible. That is possible. For me, I don't care about the photos. I think it's funny that he's like, you can't even prove I was there. But he has photos in there saying like that was him around that time with sister at this particular place in Vegas, but I was nowhere near the area. I wasn't in Vegas. I don't know what you're talking about, right? When it comes to this, it's like, yo, listen, you're talking out your ass. And sure, these photos may not be accurate to the actual timeline of around the time that Tupac lost his life. Fine. But at the same time, you still wrote it in a mother-loving book, and you still said it in interviews over and over and over again. I'm like, how else do we need to break this down for him? Okay? It's fine if you don't want to see, the photos are photos. Fine. F it. Fine. But let's talk about the most important stuff. The stuff that you wrote in the book and that you kept on peddling throughout all these interviews and whatnot. And was it just a ploy to sell a book? Because now you peddling that BS and those lies just to sell a book got your ass locked up for possibly a murder you didn't even do. Think about that, you dumbass. He's sitting here like, oh, yeah, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. I wasn't there. This book, I didn't read it. I didn't write it. In fact, he didn't even read it either. For a fact he did. Okay? Even if it's after the fact, with all these people asking him questions about this doggone book, you don't think he didn't read the book? Come on. Yes, he did interviews. Angela, exactly. Didn't he do interviews about his book? Yes. So again, done. He's done. He's cooked. He's roasted. Okay? He is well done. He's charcoal at this point. Okay? No nutrients in this man anymore. That's how cooked he is.
We're not here to talk about that book. I'm here to tell you how my family's life is in danger. I'm here to tell you about there's a bunch of lies going on. I'm not here to talk about that book. It's like a gag order on that type of stuff anyway. You know what I'm saying? So.
A lot of the stuff that's been a judge ruled that the 2008 police interview can be used against you. I noticed in court you were very upset when that judge denied your defense's motion. What was your reaction? What was going through your head a couple of weeks ago in court?
What's going through my head? Yeah. She acted like she was there. She wasn't there. She acted like she was there. She was in junior high school or something. She wasn't there. She was in like high school. You know?
Do you regret giving that 2008 interview?
What's that?
Do you regret giving that 2008 interview to police?
You know, to me, I'd say 48 people from being federated. They was going to give her like 700, 800 years. And my lawyer gave me a script to read. He said, this is the only way you're going home. And I just came back and read the script. And he told me...
Whoa. Say that again, my brother.
Say 48 people from being federated. They was going to give her like 700, 800 years. And my lawyer gave me a script to read. He said, this is the only way you're going home.
Read a script. Read this script. And you get to go home. So now he's saying that this proffer was just a scripted piece of trash. Okay.
And I just came back and read the script. And he told me we practiced that stuff before they even came to his office. And she said, the judge said that was at a federal building. That was at no federal building. That was at the lawyer's office. They act like they know everything. They don't know nothing. They wasn't there.
And you didn't know.
There. The judge wasn't there. The DA wasn't there. They act like they know everything. They wasn't there. It was at a lawyer's office. That was at a federal building, so that's covered. No, it wasn't at no federal building. It was at my lawyer's office.
And you didn't know that interview was going to be recorded?
Not at all. They don't record. They do not record. It's the 302, and that dude did that just to make money. My lawyer, they gave me 2 months to come back with my decision. It was going to take 40-some people to jail. And he said, this is the only way you're going home. He gave me a script to read, and I just came and read that script. That's what happened.
Swear to God, Steven Spielberg would have really loved to work with this man because he has stories. Man, is he good at telling these stories. I'm telling you right now, he could write a whole movie. He probably has like 15 movies in his head right now. He is such a liar. Now he's saying, like, sure, I'm thinking that there's truth sprinkled in within all these lies. Like, it's peppered in, all right? A little cayenne pepper, but not a whole lot because you don't want to be able to, like, you don't want that acid reflux, you feel me? So it's just a little bit of peppers, a little bit of peppering, all right? The salt is the lie, and the peppering, the little bit of seasoning, very little seasoning, is the truth. That's what we're seeing, all right? So, like, sure, maybe him confessing, doing his proffer with prosecution was done, actually, inside of a lawyer's office. Sure it wasn't done in a federal building, sure. But everything else he's saying is a lie. You see what I'm saying? He's a prolific liar. He is a pathological liar. Like I said, you can't really fully, truly trust everything he is saying because there's still truth within the lie. But that's how you are a good liar. You add truth. You sprinkle a tiny bit. It's a peppering, little bit of peppering of lie, of truth, I'm sorry, within the fat ass lie. So it's more believable. That's exactly what we're listening to right here. There is some truth in here, but the truth is the flippant not important details. The main details, those are the lies. When he's like, I wasn't there, I didn't do that, blah, 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 blah. They gave me a script, but we were in another room. We weren't at a federal building. We were in another room at a lawyer's office, but they gave me a script. See, there's truth about there's a good possibility that he was truthfully telling the truth about not being in a federal building, but actually being in the prosecutor's office. The lie is him saying that he's been given a script to read while doing that proffer. You see what I'm saying? It's lies wrapped up in truths. Very, very thin truths. That's how he's such a prolific liar. Let's continue. This is ridiculous.
And she said it was at a federal building. That's why it's covered, baby. It wasn't at no federal building. It was at my lawyer's office.
Okay.
You were
Yeah, like she was there. She wasn't there. Giacomo wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And another thing,
Oh, boy.
this place is Jim Crow. They don't have no black people that work at the DA's office. Vegas is a monopoly of people. You got blacks, Hispanics, whites. They got Mormons. They got Filipino. The DA office consists of that type of atmosphere. It should be, but it's all whites. There's no, and they using what's the name? That Indian man that's blackface. They're using him as blackface. You know what I'm saying? It should be a makeup of the people that the community is, but it's all white people. You know what I'm saying? This stuff out here is Jim Crow, and it's crazy.
You were promised, you gave that 2008 interview, you were promised immunity. Were you under the impression that would also protect you?
I'm not should be not talking about that. I told you, you know what I'm saying? I wish you could have came and did it face-to-face meeting, like the other lady did.
Would you have still answered my question?
There is another interview that we are going to look at here in just a minute. He did another interview face-to-face, but yeah, let's finish this.
Questions if I was there face-to-face?
Yes.
So you won't answer her questions now, but you would have answered them the other day? That doesn't make any bloody sense. But moving on.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the best we could do at this moment before.
But like I say, they don't have no black people in there. No blacks. They don't got no Hispanics, no Filipinos. It's all white people.
So? So? Good that there aren't any black people locked up in there. Or if you're talking about there's no black staff, that's interesting. But, I'm sure you're getting treated the same. They're treating you exactly the same as every other criminal in that mother lover, okay? Because you's a criminal. That's it. There's no black people here. Congratulations. That's the only true thing that he said so far. That's probably the only true thing he said so far in this entire interview. Just saying.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to get a fair trial because
why not?
DA, every time I go to court, he goes out in front of the thing and do his little speeches. He's tainting the jury pool, and it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's wrong. I'm not worried. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. The Lord got my back. I survived cancer and all that type of stuff, and I survived the streets. And the Lord got my back. So I'm not worried about it. And that picture was January the 1st, 1998, at the Sheraton Hotel. Why would I wear an overcoat with a suit in September in Las Vegas?
So your trial starts Monday here in Las Vegas, just miles away from where Tupac was shot. What do you want the jury to know about you before they walk into that courtroom?
That I didn't do it and I'm an innocent man. And my nephew didn't do it either. He was at the hospital when they pulled up. My nephew was at the hospital when they pulled up. He didn't do it. They gave me a script to read in order to go home. My lawyer said, this is the only way you're going home. And when they came in that building that morning, I had been there an hour there rehearsing what to say to go home. They said, they don't want you, they want Buff Daddy. So he gave me a script to read, and he gave me a code word to say to them when they came in. And I said the code word, letting them know that I was down with it. And they already were
What was the code word? Pineapples? Self-snitching? What was the code word? Seriously, what was the code word that let them know, oh, okay, you with it? Okay, you got the script? Okay. You can only do this one time, though, man. It's got to sound natural. You ready? Okay, we're pressing record. Go. Like, what?
pre-planning this stuff because they had his murder book there, Tupac's murder book there. All was framed and set up.
Puffy's name is mentioned a lot.
They let a guy kill 3 people at a Lamourado Mall. I mean, at a Starbucks. Put him in the trunk. Then he came and brought drugs for me. You know what I'm saying? They let him go. His name Devontae Lee. They let him go. You know what I'm saying? 3 people.
Well, we only have a few minutes
left. He buy drugs for me. He's supposed to be one of their star witnesses. And it's wrong.
Mr. Davis, Puffy's name is brought up a lot through the book. Can you talk to me about the relationship between Puffy and Tupac back in the day?
I don't really know. I wasn't there. You know? Like I said, my lawyer gave me a script that he said this you can save all your friends and your family. And I came and read that script to them in 2008. After they left, he high-fived me and everything. I told you, big dog. You know, they knew, that lawyer knew me, because they came in my garage one morning, that morning and said, if you hire Edie Fall, then we got to take you to jail. They told me what lawyer to hire and everything. Dude had a motive to make money this whole time. His name Greg Caden. He had a motive to make money the whole time.
Did that really anger you when you found out that the recording you gave has been released and Detective Kading has been broadcasting about it?
Yeah. He put my life in danger, put my whole family's life in danger. And they came and asked me, do I want to be in a witness protection program? I'm like, no, you know. They like, protect your family at all costs.
After this is all over, how would you want to be remembered?
As a good man and a good father. And, you know, and it's wrong, you know what I'm saying? They got an innocent man in jail. All they had to do was just put a lie detector on me, and I would have passed with flying colors. I ain't killed nobody. My nephew ain't killed nobody. They had a script already ready, you know what I'm saying? And that guy, he's the worstest person on earth.
He's still talking. He's still saying the same stuff over and over again. This interview is 22 minutes long, and he's repeated the same thing at least 6 times now.
Go around, kill people. The guy, Devontae Lee, he can go around, kill people. You know what I'm saying? Then they said my son put a hit out on him and $5,000. My son can't put a hit out on a goldfish. And it's wrong. They gave him $5,000 to move. My son ain't going near nobody that's going to kill somebody and get away with it for free.
If you're saying that you didn't do it, Orlando didn't do it, who did it?
To me, I think Reggie Wright did it because he on all them lies. He get on the internet and just go crazy every day. What? I said, keep it up. I set him up. Stuff like that. Then he told my son threatened his life, and he said, "Yo, Daddy, know how my trigger finger is." So that's why he's suffering from COVID right now. He came and wiped his butt. You know what I'm saying? He came and feed himself. That's why he's suffering from COVID right now. I survived cancer. If I was a bad person, the Lord would have took me out. You know what I'm saying? the Lord would have took me out. I'm not worried about these people because I understand through God's hands. I understand tall through it all. You know what I'm saying?
We've got 3 minutes left. It's going to be 30 years since Tupac Shakur was murdered here in Las Vegas. Does his family deserve the truth?
Yeah. Yeah, his family do. And it's going to come out. And the interviews, I was paid to say that stuff.
You're saying the truth will come out in trial?
Yeah. Not trial. It's going to come out once it, if I lose, I'm going to send my stuff to a bigger court.
So you plan on fighting this till the very, very end?
To the very, very end. And I feel I'm going to win because they don't have no evidence. They don't came. I wasn't even in Las Vegas. So I'm not worried about them. Little Mark Giacomo, he can say all that stuff he want. All he do is tell lies. Just like last week, Agent Tolliver, ain't such agents, ain't such person. Agent Tolliver, Agent Tolliver. I ain't never heard of no Agent Tolliver. You know, FBI agent ain't no Tolliver. He just says he do a lot. He tell a lot of lies. They using that Indian man that like he's black face. You're not black. He's a gang expert and a hip hop expert. He's an Indian. He's not black. They using him as black face, and it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Just a DA office should be made up of the community. They should have some blacks in there. They should have some Latinos. They should have some Filipinos. You know what I'm saying? But they don't. All they got is, you know what I'm saying? And it's wrong.
So are you saying that you're being targeted?
Just like January 2024, he get on the front of the newspaper, in front of the TV, the rest of the year. Steve Wolfson, the rest of the year. He's taking the jury pool. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong.
Well, we got 1 minute left. Anything else that you want to add, Mr. Davis?
No, but I'm an innocent man, and the Lord's going to set me free. Like the Devontae Lee, he's the scum of the earth. He kills people. He go around snitching on people, setting people up and stuff like that. Then he pays them out of $5,000. You know what I'm saying? You heard him the other day. He get on TV and do an interview. What's the man, the Indian man? I asked him his name before. I ain't got to tell you, young man. Sir, I ain't got to tell you. That's not professional. You know what I'm saying? All I asked him was his name.
Do you want to do you plan on testifying? Do you want
If I have to, I will. Yeah.
All right, we got 9 seconds left.
Man. That's all I can tell you. I'm an innocent man, and the Lord will set me free.
Okay, I think we got the general idea on that one. Dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord. There's more interviews. There's more interviews. Let's take a look at this. This was done 9 days ago, actually. Let's take a look at this one. And again, let me just say this. He's okay. And in case you didn't already know, he's lying his face off, and he keeps repeating the same crap over and over and over again because that's the only lie he's got. That's all he can do is just sit there and lie and say he didn't do it. And this is all, it's all one big fugazi, and that the book, he didn't write it, and the photos are not accurate, and all that. And he was nowhere near any of the situation. He wasn't even in Vegas at that time. And you can't even prove it. You can't even prove I was in Vegas at that time, so on and so forth, right? He's an idiot. I think we can all officially agree that this man is a full-blown mother-loving idiot, okay? And here's the thing. At the end of the day, if he did lie, then he lied himself into jail. That's basically what it is. He lied himself into jail, or he self-snitched, and now he's getting what he deserves. He's a freaking idiot. He's an absolute freaking idiot, no matter what. And it's hard to believe somebody when all they've been doing is promoting their stuff, promoting a book that they say they didn't read or that they didn't write and they didn't authorize, but they're out there peddling that book. We're going to talk about it. Let's get to this other one here.
This afternoon, an
Have
8 News
mercy.
Now
What an
exclusive
idiot.
before one of the biggest trials
What an
in
idiot.
Las Vegas history. A sit-down interview with
What
the
an
man
idiot.
accused in the murder of Tupac Shakur. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis speaking with investigator Vanessa Murphy. A quick note, our team was not allowed to put a microphone on Davis due to security. That's why we've included subtitles.
The trial surrounding the murder of rap legend Tupac Shakur nearly 30 years ago is just days away.
Doesn't she look like the girl from freaking X-Files? Remember that show X-Files? Doesn't she kind of look like X-Files girl? The main girl? What was her name? I don't remember. Started with a T, I think. Remember X-Files? She kind of looks like X-Files girl.
We were given the rare opportunity to sit down with the man at the center of it all, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, face to face while he waits here in jail.
Did you have anything to do with the murder of Tupac Shakur?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't even in the battle. I wasn't in the battle, period.
Do you regret the book and the interview?
Yeah, I was just after the money, and they said I was covered. I did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? And,
But did anyone tell you maybe it's not a good idea to do that because they might arrest you after they hear you say that or read it in your book? Like, did anyone close to you say, not a good idea?
That was the ghostwriters. I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? I don't know nothing about no Winston Churchill, Frank Sinatra. Just read the book. You know I didn't write that book. You know what I'm saying? And the Vlad thing,
Let's talk about the Vlad thing, shall we? What about the Vlad thing? What about the Vlad thing? That's what I want to know. What about the Vlad thing? Because we're going to take a look at that too, the Vlad thing. Shout out to DJ's Vlad, okay, because we are going to look at a chunk of that interview. He's literally holding up the doggone book in the interview. He's doing this. Check out my new book. Check out the book. I got a book. Did you know I got a book? Because in the book, I talk about this. In the book that's in my hands right now, I talk about that. What are you going to say right now? Notice that little pause? Perfect freeze frame. Because he's like, now I got to make something up. Now I got to pull something out my ass. My stanky booty. Got to just the dirty crevices in my hole. I got to pull something out. What he going to say now, everybody? Let's find out, shall we?
the lady, she gave me $150,000.
But then when I was watching the interview this week, and the way you sort of go through it by play, like then this happened, it's very believable.
They wrote me a script to follow. My lawyer came with the script. It seemed like he was in bed with them the whole time.
When you were talking...
He's lying. He's lying. That's it. He's lying.
In this interview about Tupac's murder, and when you were doing this book, were you considering maybe his family at all?
No, I just did it for the money. You know what I'm saying?
Notice how he keeps looking off to the side. Now, listen, I'm not a body language expert or anything of that sort. Okay, I'm clearly not one of those, but I'm just telling you, you watch him enough, and as he's talking, he keeps looking off to the side the entire time as she's asking him questions that he already knows what she's going to ask him, and the entire time he's just looking off to the side. No, you know what I'm saying? I was given $150,000 in a check, and I didn't write the book. I didn't write the book at all. I had nothing to do with the book. I don't know. But you're peddling the book. Here's the other thing, too. Can we go back? I'm so sorry. We got to go back. Because, the question about, hey, why did you write this? Like, why were you peddling the book on Vlad TV, right? On Vlad TV, DJ Vlad's channel, right? Let's just hear that one more time. And then we're going to roll forward again here. But I just want you to hear this, okay?
Right there, bro. You know what I'm saying? And the black thing,
making it up.
The lady, she gave me $150,000.
But then when I look,
a lady gave him $150,000 and that's it. So he was in desperate need of the money. So he just said, go ahead and write whatever you want. Here's all of the photos. You could use my likeness. You could use my story. And you could fabricate whatever you want. It's fictionalized crap. It's glorified fan fiction. So go ahead. Just write whatever you want. Just go ahead and lie. He was given $150,000. I'm sure he was going to make more money off the sale of the book too, right? So he confessed in the book. He fabricated the story, but then still went on other channels, other interviews saying that he did this for $150,000. Really? You were really that desperate for $150,000? Like, I understand $150,000 can be life-changing for a lot of people, but what? Come on.
I was watching the interview this week, and the way you sort of go through it by play, like then this happened, it's very believable.
They wrote me a script to follow. My lawyer came with the script. It seemed like he was in bed with them the whole time.
When you were talking in this,
gave him a script. Here's everything that I did. I'm just reading the script. Is he an actor? So how much time did he have to memorize said script that he was given? Because the audio, I'm sure, is more than just 30 seconds. So did they say, you know what? We're going to give you a little time. We'll give you like 2 days to memorize all of this, okay? Remember your character. Remember what you want for your character. Remember your action, all right, before you walk into that room, all right? Because we can only do this in one take. So we need you to be fully committed, sir. Make sure you know everything by rote. Know this whole script backwards and forwards. We cannot have you stumbling over your words. You have to know exactly what went down. Memorize this and we'll see you in a couple days. That's not what happened. So he's lying once again. Like I said, it just doesn't. He lying, man. He lying.
This interview about Tupac's murder, and when you were doing this book, were you considering maybe his family at all?
No, I just did it for the money. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to feed my family. You know what I'm saying? And it's wrong. It's just wrong. I'm an innocent man. And they said, yeah, crib. I haven't been around that stuff since like 89. I stopped that stuff, pulled up my pants. I'm not no leader, no Crips, or none of that stuff. That's wrong. They just try to make their case look good or something. He's a leader of the Crips. He's way up there in the Crips. No, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? There's no color line. I'm messing with Bloods, Crips, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I was just the leader of the Crips. I helped Suge Knight get that record company together. You know what I'm saying? And why would I kill the guy that's making us the most money? You know what I'm saying? He's the best rapper back then. Why would I kill our money like that? It don't make sense. Suge Knight will tell you that I didn't do it.
Has the DA's office offered you any plea deals, and would you consider a plea deal?
I'm not going to take no plea deal because I didn't do nothing.
He pulled up his pants, y'all. He's like, nah, I ain't no leader of no Crips. I pulled up my pants. I'm sorry. I get what he's trying to say. You know what I mean? But it's just funny, you know? Yeah, he told T. He's full of ish. He told the same story on like 6 different YouTube channels for money. Yes. So, you know what I mean? He's like, I pulled up my pants. I'm a grown-ass man now. I pulled up my pants. Yeah, he pulled up his pants, everybody. He's a different man now. Woo! Look at him pulling up his pants. Okay. Look at him pulling up his pants. Yes. Yes, son. Yes, becoming a man. Pull up them pants, son. Yeah. He's full of schnish. That's a bunch of bullshnish, okay? Everything that's coming out of his mouth right now is bullshnish, okay? Just so you know.
You know what I'm saying? And I'm 63. I had a cancer battle. And I got 3 stents to my heart. And the average American lives to like 74 years old.
Congratulations. You know, he's 65, he said? Didn't he say he's 65? So he got like 9 more years. I bet.
10 years, I'm dead. So what I don't like taking to jail, you know what I'm saying? I heard it was like something from 10 to 25. I'm not gonna do that, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna take a deal like that. And I have, especially after I haven't done nothing. I'm an innocent man.
How concerned are you that you'll be convicted after this trial and you won't get to spend your final years with your family?
Yeah, I think the Ninth Circuit Court is gonna let me go. I think they're gonna let me go because it's not right. I'm gonna be all right though, because God upstairs, he got me, and he know I ain't doing this. Yeah, and I hate I put my family in jeopardy like this. So that's one regret I have.
Jury selection is scheduled for August 10th. Vanessa Murray.
I don't know why, but now I'm just really thirsty. Like now I just have a hankering for some lip balm. And nobody else feel that? Maybe some moisturizer, a nice glass of cold water, a little bit of hydration. Why he looking like he's about to become Ashy Larry within this interview? Like you know what I'm saying? Like the white film that's like on his lips. Ain't that nobody bothered by that? Nobody. Like I just want to give him like some Carmex. You know what I mean? Just in fact, here, just take it. I'm not applying it for you. You could figure it out. You know what I'm saying? He looks parched. There's a serious dehydration on this man. You know what I'm saying? Nobody else. Okay. His mouth probably stank. Yep. It's that kind of is that special kind of bad breath where you could taste it. You know that bad breath. We all have had it at least once in our life where you're like, "Oh, I know my breath stank." You don't even have to smell it. You could taste it. You're like, "Oh, damn. That is a bad smell." You know what I mean? Like for a fact he got stanky breath. Like it stank. It doesn't like, ew, it's smelly. It stinks. Okay, we're gonna get that off the screen. Diggity damn. Give him a glass of water or something. Lick your lips, bro. Just that for 2 seconds. Damn. You know what I mean? You know that breath stank when you can taste it. You're like, ooh, that is bad breath. This is bad. Anybody got an Altoid? Even a Tic Tac. But a Tic Tac can't cut it. But you could try. At least you're trying. Okay? At least you're trying. So let's move on now. Yeah, you just like take the whole thing of Tic Tacs. Just down it. You know what I mean? So let us move on. All right, we got some more to talk about. There's more within this. Okay. For example, we do have the interview with the lawyer, his lawyer. We're gonna take a look at that here in just a little bit. But we got to go look at this Vlad TV stuff. We got to take a look at this. Yep. He's moisturized. He's in better shape over here than this other one that we just watched. Now, shout out to Vlad TV. Okay, obviously we're watching this for commentary purposes and all that stuff too. But I am we're just going through a little bit of it. We're not going through the whole doggone thing. Okay, but I definitely recommend you guys go check out this interview when you get a chance. Let's take a look.
All right, here we go. I think we have one of the most controversial figures in hip hop right now. Keefe D is in the building.
Speeding it
How's
up,
everything?
too.
I'm all right. And how's I'm controversial?
You're pretty controversial. You're pretty controversial. But let's go ahead and get into your whole story. So you grew up in Compton.
Yes.
And these days people have a certain perception of Compton being kind of a violent area, a gang area. But when you grew up there, it was totally different.
When it first started out, yeah.
Okay, talk about that a little bit.
It was all white. All our neighbors was white. Moved out there in 1965. And mostly our neighbors was white. Then the blacks started coming in like 1969, 70, 71. And started converting into the black community.
Okay. And you actually dealt with some racism as a kid.
Yeah.
Talk about that.
One day me and my mom was coming from the store and some white dudes in a 57 Chevy came up. I was like 4 or 5 years old. He called us a bunch of N-words, and I kind of felt scared, you know what I'm saying? Because I remember Martin Luther King had just passed away, and then and all that. Yeah. So I was kind of scared, yeah.
I'm skipping ahead.
Because it's one thing when two gangsters get into each other, but Tupac is not a gangster.
Right. So
if a non-gangster ends up jumping you, what are the ramifications for that in terms of gangs?
Not really. I don't know where, that's a conception. It's bullshit.
Okay, so it's just whatever.
Yeah.
It's another fight.
Yeah, it's another fight.
Because a bunch of actual gangsters were involved in that fight. It wasn't just Tupac. Tupac threw the first punch.
Yeah.
But, Buntrine next.
This is the altercation that everybody's talking about. The fight that allegedly Baby Lane was getting his ass beat. Okay, this is the moment that Tupac was beating the crap out of, allegedly beating the crap out of Keefe D's nephew, Baby Lane, right here in this hotel, in this casino lobby area. Okay, and then this was the reason why they attacked him, or they blah blah him later on. All right, just so you know. But according to Keefe D, he wasn't there, and his nephew on the day that Tupac was shot was at the hospital. That's what we just heard in that interview, in the first interview that we heard, right? So let us continue.
Bone, Suge, they all jumped in.
Yeah, I played. Nate Bone was on our team too. You look at that football picture, yeah.
Okay, Trayvon Lane.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all.
And I ran track against Buntrine when he ran for Whaley, and I ran for Roosevelt.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they all jump on Orlando. You guys meet up. How was Orlando taking this whole situation?
How was he taking it?
Yeah, I mean, he just got jumped on. I mean, he wasn't seriously hurt.
No, he wasn't hurt like that.
Yeah.
He wasn't taking it bad. He just said he wanted to have a head up with him.
With Tupac?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we had seen them the day before. They had pulled up in them Rolls Royces. At the MGM, it was Pac and what's his name. So all the girls was around there. He came, like a player. Came and shook my hand. He recognized the player. Came and shook my hand. What up, KBD? Give him a little hug. Boom. Then Mike Tyson and Worry and the dude Don King, they pulled up in them Azura Bentleys. So that shit looked like some Hot Wheels. So all the bitches went from the Rolls Royces over there to them Hot Wheels.
Right.
And pretty ass, that was Bentley Auroras back then. Pretty motherfuckers looked like Hot Wheels. So I had ran into him the day before.
Okay. Well, but Orlando was involved in that particular situation. Was that Lakewood Mall situation?
Orlando, okay. Orlando is Baby Lane, just so you know. Okay. Orlando, Baby Lane Anderson, his nephew was the one that got jumped. Okay. Just so you know. But in the footage you saw, he seemed fine. Yeah, he got jumped. That's terrible. But again, he seems fine. Like, he wasn't super jacked up or anything, right? But let's continue.
So then when they ran into each other at the MGM, Trayvon Lane tells everyone there, hey, that's one of the guys that was involved in that fight.
Yeah. Evidently, they because let me see how I can put this. Yeah, he did say that. He did say that. I heard he said that. They're going to take my change. But Lane, Nando didn't take his change. What Lane going to do with a $300 change? You know what I'm saying? We going to have a change. We going to have $5,000, $6,000 change on. Like Suge going to have on. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't the help. We was bosses.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We don't want no fucking, they change, somebody else change. What we going to do with somebody else change?
Okay. Well, when he said that, Tupac made a beeline to Orlando and hit him. And then at that point, everyone else mobbed in and, start kicking him and punching him and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Well, you and Orlando and everyone else meets up. But you guys don't have any guns.
Who said that?
What was in the book? Until Von Zip came in the picture.
Yeah. All right, let's. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, but it is in the book.
Okay, yeah. Let them read about it.
Okay, and I guess Foxy Brown was with Zip.
Let them read about it.
Okay. Well, according to the book, which there's gonna be a link in the video that you can actually order from.
That's right. Matter of fact, let me see my book.
What he say? What he say? Hold on.
You want to go ahead and show the book?
Hold on. What he say? What were the words that came out of his mouth? Yes, he said, go get my book.
Well, according to the book, which there's going to be a link in the video that you can actually order from.
First off, he's also promoting the book, which is a link in the description box down below this video. I'm sure it's still there. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But at the time of recording of this video and the posting of this video, there was a link. So he's promoting a book that he apparently never authorized, that he did not write, that he just got $150,000 for. But he's on Vlad TV, a very popular YouTube channel, by the way. Okay, very well-known YouTube channel. And, he's peddling this very book. And he's going to continue telling his story about Tupac here in just a little bit. But first, let him promote the book that he didn't even write.
That's right. Matter of fact, let me see my book.
You want to go ahead and show the book?
Yeah, let's show the book. Yeah, this is my book here. I would like you guys to buy it and get the real truth instead of from a cop or some fucking industry people, some bullshit. You get it from a real motherfucker. So go get the book.
Okay. They better be using all of this in court. They better be using the hell out of this in court, baby. Because, he said, you better go buy this book. You better go buy this book, my book. Link in the description box down below. Get my book. Hey, check out my book.
And you can get the real truth about this whole situation.
The real truth of the whole situation? He said a real mother lover. Yeah, he did. He said a real mother lover, like a real mother lover from a real book. Telling you the real truth, nothing but the facts. Go and get my book. And now he says that book he didn't write. Now he says he didn't have anything to do with the damn book. Yet he's holding the book in his hand. Freshly sprung. Pascal, that ain't him. That's the other him. That's not him saying that. It's a whole other him. That's the other that's another him. That ain't him. That's the other him. You know what I mean? He said, well, but I didn't write no book. I didn't write no book. I didn't write any book. I got paid, and then I got a script to read for the proffer. And they told me I had to say a code word, okay? Tiddlywinks. And then they said, oh, okay, cool. So you're going to do this all off script? Cool. Come on now. Come on, man. Come on, y'all. They're going to say it's AI. AI didn't exist back at that point. It wasn't as good as it is now. Oh, good God. You know what I mean? Stop with the bullshnish. Okay? That's a bunch of bullshnish. Okay? A whole bunch of bullshnish. But there he is, holding the damn book, saying, check out my book. Before we continue talking about how I killed Tupac, before we do that, here's the book that I wrote. From a real mother lover. I can't, Lord. I can't. I can't. I can't, Lord. I can't. Oh, some stupidity. Some stupidity. Okay? This is a special kind of stupid. I'm sorry. He did this. Can we just acknowledge that? Can we just acknowledge that? Yeah, he says, what book are you talking about? I ain't write no book. I ain't write no book. Believe every single lie coming out of these crusty ass, halitosis having mouth. I don't know nothing about no book.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and read from the book, passage.
Okay.
Even better.
On getting a gun for the Tupac hit. While we were waiting for the valet to bring out our cars, Zip seized the opportunity and called me over to his Benz. Zip was a big-time New York player, pimp, and hustler who used to come out to California and handle his business and kick it with us sometimes. As I walked up to the driver's side, I noticed the rapper Foxy Brown was in the car with Zip. So he instructed her to step out of the car and motioned for me to jump in. Zip had a hidden compartment, and he opened up, reached in, and pulled back a 40 Glock.
Like I say,
he turned to me and said, it's time to get the money.
Like I say, get your $20 and read about that part.
Okay. Well, you initially wanted to go talk to Suge about the whole situation.
Yeah. We was, I felt we was on that type of level where we can just get this shit squashed, get a head up.
I just want to point this out. Vlad is reading the excerpt from the actual book. And what does Keefe D say? He stops Vlad from reading any further and says, hey, get yourself some $20 and go get my book. Acknowledging that what he was reading is exactly what he wrote in the book. At this moment right here, he's not denying. Oh, wait, what excerpt are you reading? I didn't write that. No, he's sitting there going, get the book. He read a part of the book that he says he did not write. He stops him, confirming that, oh, it gets better there. It gets better from there. Go get my book. So he's acknowledging that he knows exactly what's in the book. He knows exactly what transpires in the book. And he's excited for people to buy said book. Jump forward a couple years later, and now we're hearing him say something completely different, like, I didn't write the book. I didn't touch anything with the book. I gave some photos. I gave some authorization for them to write the book, but I never read the book, and I don't even know what's in the book. Yet he's peddling, and he's relying on a moment, a pivotal moment in the book and in pop culture history and in true crime history, honestly, too. And he says, nah, stop right there, bro. Go get your $20, get your book, and get to reading. And now he's saying he didn't write the special kind of stupid.
And stuff like that. With Lane and Tupac.
You wanted to meet up with Suge, but you had no way of getting in contact with him.
Yeah, one of my homies from out there we had some homies who lived out there.
Okay.
That was kind of in the game. And they they put have a concert at the 662 Club. So we went up there.
Which was Suge's club.
Yeah, we went up there.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
So you guys went over there, but there was a bunch of cops and everything in front.
No,
There wasn't.
No, it wasn't. We was there for about 30, 40 minutes in the back parking lot.
Okay, but you never went in.
And I seen where Mob James said he seen us in the back parking lot. That tripped me out.
Were you in Vegas? Yeah, you were in
I
Vegas.
ran 662. I was running the club at the time.
Right.
Reggie Wright was there, but I was doing the door and all of that.
Right, and your brother Buntry was there as well.
Buntry was at the fight.
Yeah.
He went to the fight with him. We already knew it was finna happen. That they was coming to Vegas, the whole nine. And then when they came, they pulled up in front of 662. I alerted a bunch of them and told them that Keefe D and them out here, the South Sides is out here. And they drove off.
Did you see him?
No, I never seen him. We didn't see nobody.
Okay.
So we left about 40 minutes later. Went and got some drink.
Right, you went to the liquor barn?
I think Discount Lee's Liquor.
Okay.
Liquor bar, whatever, yeah. One of them, yeah.
Well, you had mentioned in the book that Big Meech from BMF was with y'all?
No, that was a typo, but it was a dude from Detroit.
Okay, so it wasn't Big Meech.
I don't really know Big Meech to say that, but it was a dude from Detroit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and also you had C-Ray with you.
Yeah.
And that was one of your salesmen, basically.
Yeah, one of my captains.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what happens next. Based on what the book says, Zip gave you guys a Glock, and you guys tossed it in the back seat. And Bubble Up was a driver, and Baby Lane and Freaky were in the back seat.
We was just all in the car together. Just say that.
This was the white Cadillac?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are driving around, and then you hear these girls say, Tupac, Tupac.
No, we coming up, what's the name? What's that, Flamingo? Yeah, I think that's Flamingo. We was coming up Flamingo and got to the light. We was going to go drink and smoke some weed, and he happened to be hanging out the window. He was hanging out the window like he was in a parade.
Tupac?
Yeah, he was.
Does he say more? Let's find out.
So what happens next?
And we just came and shit. I ain't gonna go into the details like that, you know what I'm saying? But you got it in the book. You done played it, everything else, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, in the book, you said that as you're driving up towards the BMW, with Suge driving and Tupac in the passenger seat, and you said that Tupac pulled out a gun.
It looked like he was reaching, yeah. Yeah, it did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you actually see a gun?
No, shit. Once he got to reaching, I got to ducking.
So someone from your car
That's what happened.
started shooting at Tupac and Suge.
Lane starts blasting. You say Suge looks over, he sees you.
Yeah.
He looks right at you.
Yeah, he looked at me.
Okay. When he looks over at you, and then Tupac's busy getting shot. Evidently, the story is Tupac's trying to either get out
In
of
the
line.
back seat or something.
Yeah. What do you see happening inside their
Jumping
car?
in. I seen a bullet going Suge's head. I thought he was dead.
So Orlando shot across Dre.
He leaned over on the window. We rolled down the window, popped.
Who was it?
They was drove on my side. I was popped them. You know what I'm saying? But they was on the other side.
Right.
I'm not gonna go into details on that one. Keep the streets on me. I ain't gonna go into detail on that.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and read from the book.
Well,
so
Yeah, I love how it's like, I'm gonna keep it street, homie. Yeah, I'm not going any further on that, man. I'm gonna keep it street, homie. And then Vlad goes, well, I'm just gonna read from the book. Because apparently he didn't keep it street, homie, in the book. Now, did he? No, he did not. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep it hood, homie. I'm gonna keep it street. Well, then let's just read from the book that you wrote. This is a special kind of dumb, everybody. It's a special kind of dumb. All right? Special kind of stupid. Magic Wheel, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. The D is for dummy. Sorry. Yeah, he's dumb. He's dumb, y'all. Okay?
By the book then.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to read this passage. The shit was on. Tupac made an erratic move and began to reach down beneath his seat. It was the first and only time in my life that I could relate to the police command, keep your hands where I could see them. Instead, Pac pulled out a strap, and that's when the fireworks started. One of my guys from the backseat grabbed the Glock and started busting back.
Remember, they said that there was no weapon in Tupac's car at all. Suge didn't have a weapon on him, and Tupac did not have a weapon on him at all as well. So what they thought maybe during the shooting, what they thought maybe was transpiring, did not actually happen. Maybe Tupac was ducking. Tupac could have tried to duck. So it may look like he was, trying to grab a weapon, but maybe he wasn't. You see what I'm saying? Maybe he was just trying to duck, like, oh, you know what I mean? Oh, snap. And he was just trying to duck. You see what I'm saying? So, but this is the guy not very long ago doing this interview, okay? Not very long ago. Hold up. How long ago was this? 6 years ago, y'all. 6 years ago.
The first shot skinned Suge in the head, and I thought that motherfucker was dead. I had heard some stories, supposedly that Suge used Tupac as a shield when the bullets started flying, but that's some bullshit. Suge was already wounded, and he was the one that got touched. As the rounds continued flying, I ducked down so I wouldn't get hit.
Basically, yeah.
The white Cadillac, arm came out the back seat and started letting off.
What went through your head when you saw that?
They shoot my nigga.
So, the bullets started flying. Tupac and Suge's car get all shot up. Was there, and I'd heard different versions of the story, but the one version I heard was that that their entourage started shooting back.
Basically, yes.
Okay. Does anyone from the death row side return fire?
Yes.
Okay. Can you say who that was?
Yeah, he's no longer with us. His name was Buntry. One of Suge's right-hand guy, our good friend, Alton McDonald. He chased the car down. He also received one gunshot to his vehicle. His car was shot. He had a black Toyota Supra. And him and another guy returned shots at that car.
Yeah, they saying they left their guns at home, though. They started shooting back. Then some chicks was in the sea breeze, started following a white sea breeze, ragtop sea breeze.
Why were the girls following you guys?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's crazy.
But I guess their window got shot out.
Front windshield, yeah. Yeah.
And they stopped following you at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
I've talked to a couple people that were there about the situation, and from what they told me was that, you guys came up, the car that you were in came up behind Tupac's car. You guys the cars were not facing each other.
No, they weren't facing each other.
They were not facing each other.
Gutter lane.
You guys got up parallel to them, behind them. And, when you look side by side. So how would you even see Tupac reach for anything if you're driving behind him?
We weren't driving behind. I tell you, we were side by side at the light.
Oh, okay. You guys were already side by side when it happened. So you guys ended up going back to the hotel together afterwards.
Yeah.
Someone actually suggested that y'all pour out a little bit of liquor for Tupac.
No, I wouldn't. Pour out a little liquor for us. Pour it down our throat.
I'm going to read from the book.
Okay.
We made it back to the hotel.
Here's the question. It's just a question. Is he forgetting what he wrote? Because he's like, nah, we didn't do that. We didn't pour no liquor out for our, pour out a little liquor out for Tupac. Hell no. We poured that down our throats. Pause. But then Vlad goes, let me just read from the book. What's going on here?
Popped our bottles and party like it was any other night. Of course, someone suggested that we pour out a little for Tupac, which we did, and smoked our weed like we had planned to in the first place.
Hold on. Oh, my dear God. This could get things complicated. Then they could use this. If they use this footage in the actual trial, his defense could actually say, hey, yeah, he was peddling a book he didn't really know. He didn't know everything that was being written in the book. This could be proof showing that he's acting like he wrote the book when he never really did write the book. You see what I'm saying? He's an idiot. He's a liar. But I could see his defense team looking at this and going, wait a second. Because he's sitting there saying, like, we didn't do that. And he's like, okay, I'm going to read from the book that you allegedly wrote, homie. And you say that you did pour liquor out for Tupac. You're saying you didn't. Don't you see the problem here? Conflicting stories. So again, I could see them using that. Don't get me wrong. He's cooked. I'm going to be real. He's cooked. But that's just something that popped up as a red flag for me. And I can see his defense using that to be like, hey, here's proof that he didn't even know he doesn't know his book as well as he's trying to act like he does know. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I just made the book get cited on me. We ain't going out looking for him.
He's a freaking idiot. Because he's lying right there. So could that be that he's peddling a book that he didn't even read? He didn't even make sure it was accurate? Because he's now sitting there going, no, I added that a little, I embellished a little bit. I mean, he doesn't even know what the word embellish is, but, I threw in a little bit of an embellishment in the book, just to add a little bit more drama to the book. But, you got to read the book to see the rest. See what I'm saying?
You guys didn't pour out any liquor for Tupac.
I just, that was a suggestion, but I ain't pour out no liquor for him. That was a suggestion of one of the homies, yeah.
Okay. So, you guys leave Vegas.
Uh-oh. I mean, he's full of schnish, okay? A whole bunch of bullshnish, but at the same time, I can see his team doing something with this.
What, the next day?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't get him out. By the way, it doesn't get him out in the clear, okay? It doesn't exonerate him from any connection to unaliving Tupac, but at the same time, this is very interesting that you're seeing him lie in real time in this interview, and it shows that he doesn't even know his dog, like, at least that part. It's like he forgot that part in the book that he authorized to write. You see what I'm saying?
So after the next day, that Monday.
Well, you said that you guys went and stashed the gun, I guess on one of the wheels in the Cadillac, but when you came back, the gun was gone.
Yeah.
You guys drove back in that white Cadillac back to L.A.
No, I didn't drive
back to Compton, no?
No, I didn't drive it back.
Okay, well, somebody drove. Oh, one of the homies drove the Cadillac. Okay, got it. And then you guys went and got the Cadillac repainted, I guess?
Yeah, you got it painted white, turned it back in.
Okay, and it was a rental?
Yeah.
And you said, you told Baby Lane, don't tell nobody what happened, not even your mama. Don't say a motherfucking thing.
For nobody.
If anyone asked what happened, nothing.
Yeah. Told the whole car that. We came back Sunday. That Monday, we was all sitting on in our neighborhood. Reggie Sr., the captain of the Compton Police, comes up, run the stop sign. I guess he had just finished debriefing his soldiers at the Compton PD. He run our stop sign on my street, came up, jumped out of his car and like, hey, motherfucker, let me tell you something, KPD, you killed my son, motherfucker, it's on. I'm like, what the fuck is you talking about? Fuck you. He's like, I'm just telling you, motherfucker, the belt's coming off. Like, this motherfucker's stupid. Then 2 hours later, he get our little trap spot raided, take all our guns, all that shit. So it was basically the city of Compton police is against the South Sides. So, but it was some dudes from the Compton police that I went to school with and played football with at Compton High. Blue, Bookman, Eric Perry, and they all came over there and say, we ain't with that bullshit, man, you know what I'm saying? We from the Crip side, and we ain't with that bullshit. Y'all watch y'all asses, try to stay out of Compton. You know what I'm saying? Because, we know that they was going to come with the Compton police.
Well, the Compton police were working with Death Row, right?
Exactly.
Right.
They got red cars, all that bullshit.
Right. And I talked to Reggie about this particular situation. He said, yeah, my father threatened Keefe D and said nothing better happened to my son. Keefe said that your dad threatened Keefe about Keefe going after you once the war broke out.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Yeah. I didn't believe it when I heard it. But, everybody, I'm on social media with everybody. I comment everybody. And some people told me, yeah, he said this about your dad. So I go, Reggie, what the? He said, oh, yeah. He said, I went over there. He said, when I heard they were talking about doing this and doing that, I told those niggas, better not having the Reggie Jr., because, he knew I was running with him. Because if y'all do, y'all going to have some problems.
Yeah. He co-signed the whole situation.
Yeah, he did.
Interesting.
And Reynolds, maybe about the day before she'll go to court, I get a call, nephew saying, meet me at the lawyer's office. Get there, it's Reynolds, Reggie, and fucking Suge came, cashed us out. You know what I'm saying, you know, for the court appearance.
They cashed you out?
Yeah.
Suge paid you?
Paid us $60,000, yeah.
That was for Orlando to testify on Suge's behalf?
Yeah.
That was done between attorneys. I was there. How it happened was Edie Fall. Y'all know Edie Fall from one of the guys that represented on the Rodney King, the one with the beat up Reginald Denny. He was a popular attorney from that. Well, anyway, Edie Fall and David Kenner, we all met at the studio at Edie Fall's office, and they came up with where they were about to sue, or they were in the process of suing Tupac, and they came up to agreement with, hey, if you come and testify, because we're trying to save Suge from going to jail to do that, 9-year violation, and testify that Suge was trying to really help you. He was trying to get them off you. He wasn't one that assaulted you. He was really trying to stop everybody from assaulting you. If you'll come and testify to that, we'll give you we'll settle this case with you for, I think it was $60,000, where you was going to sue Tupac, which was a great deal in our mind, because we all know what Tupac was worth, especially after the All Eyes on Me and the Machiavelli album had dropped.
Yeah.
He was worth a lot of money. We'll settle the case for you for $60,000.
Okay.
So that's how that deal
They
worked.
kind of bunched a bunch of these deals, these lawsuits together, and here's $60,000.
You come in.
You get on the stand.
And say, so in our mind at the time was the truth.
Yeah.
You say different. You say you saw a kick. But, we were trying to not see a kick.
But it didn't matter because Suge
ultimately
was found guilty anyways.
Correct. And he was found violating for his probation.
Exactly. Then he went back to jail.
Correct. He did 5.5 years.
When I interviewed Greg Kading, he told me that he had informants all over Compton.
I had informants all over the place, and sometimes, you get together and you meet them at the Starbucks, they give you some information, you give them, $100, and you go about your business. And what they're thinking, this is an important component of this, is what they're thinking is that, I'm paying this forward because when the time comes where I do get pickled up and I'm in trouble, I've already done these guys favors and they're going to return the favor. So there's all these nuances to these relationships that get developed between cops and informants.
Okay, and the money that you would pay to these informants, you would just get reimbursed by the police department?
Nowadays, yeah, it's all very controlled. But back then, yeah, you just pull money out of your own pocket, give it to the guy, and never report it. It's just,
He had them all snitching on me, yeah.
Right. He also said that Orlando's aunt called in and told the police what happened. You're saying one of the guys that he boasted to, Brooks, was an informant for the police?
One of several.
One of several.
From the Southside Crips.
So there's others in that crew that was hearing Orlando say, I just killed Tupac, that was actually going back to the police and saying, hey, I got something for you.
In addition to a family member of Orlando Anderson's own family who early on was contacting detectives and saying my nephew was likely involved in this.
My nephew?
Yeah.
But you're not talking about Keefe D?
No, there's a female.
So Orlando Anderson's aunt was reporting to the police that her nephew killed Tupac?
There was definitely somebody in that immediate family environment that was, I don't want to create continued issues for, what takes place in these, everyone's going to go and try to figure out who this is. And then of course, there's a responsibility on my part not to create harm for people. But yeah, this is the way it played out. There was a family member, a female, who was calling the police, ratting out Orlando Anderson.
I'm not sure if that's your sister or on the other side of the family. Do you know about this?
I read, I've been to the feds, so I know shit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people that been to the state, like Tracy, that been to the state and county jail stuff. The feds is a little different. You can go to the Freedom of Information Act and get the information on every federal case.
Right.
So people think they hiding from me, stuff like that. They got the shit blacked out and stuff like that. But I know who they are because it happened to me. And I lived through this. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I can date back to that situation. I got a nice brain on me. And I'm not no dumb dude. And I know how to go to the Freedom of Information Act to get the information. So everybody that think they hiding from me, then you're not.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So you had mentioned that C. Ray snitched.
Yeah.
And that was one of your lieutenants, one of your captains.
Yeah. I figured because his neighbor got killed and he kind of got spooked. Okay. His neighbor, Bobby Finch, got shot a whole lot of times. And he came over, I was in the projects in Grape Street. He came over and said, Suge got a hit out on me, you and my brother. Okay. And I'm like, how you know that? He like, man, I'm trying to tell you, Drake, y'all. Woo-woo. I said, well, you go tell that motherfucker we gonna hit him for free. You know what I'm saying? Since it ain't gonna cost a dime to hit him, then since he got 100,000, you know. So yeah.
So you're saying that Shook had a $100,000 bounty on your head?
That's what Corey C-Ray came and told me. Came and told me while I was in the project. He got a bounty out on me, him, and my little brother.
Okay.
I like, where the fuck you get that from? How you get that information?
Not Orlando?
I guess he was trying to knock off the, you knock off the head of the snake, the body gonna wait.
He was trying to get the OGs. Okay.
Trying to get the motherfuckers, the big players.
Okay.
They can finance shit, you know.
So the same day you get back, your Colombian plug sets up a meeting with you.
Okay. So again, like I said, I mainly wanted to show, I wanted to see where it was going to go. But clearly you could see like it's a wrap for him, man. Okay. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. He's in some serious trouble. For sure. There is another one here though.
So when
I want to show this to you guys. This is from Art of Dialogue. Shout out to the Art of Dialogue.
Y'all was shooting.
Let me just pull this up. It's a short, so it's a short, but I want to share this too. Talking about apparently something about Suge Knight tried to duck and didn't pull like Tupac down or something like that, something crazy like that. But let's take a look at this.
So when y'all was shooting up the BMW, what was Suge Knight's reaction?
He was getting down, trying to duck. Anybody that got some sense, get their ass down. But he was getting down there. He was trying to get out the fucking way.
So he wasn't trying to grab Tupac?
Nah.
And while y'all was shooting up the BMW, Tupac was trying to get in the back seat?
He just looked like he was breakdancing. And bullets was hitting him.
A whole other different interview. Art of Dialogue. Shout out to Art of Dialogue. Okay. Okay. And shout out to Vlad TV. He's saying the same stuff basically, right? We're getting more details about the actual incident. Okay. But there's that too. So again, as much as they're saying like, as much as he's sitting here saying like, oh, I have nothing to do with this. I didn't write no book and blah blah blah. Maybe he didn't write the book. Maybe he didn't write the whole book. But there's information in there that he's out here peddling. That's the problem. So if he is faking it, if he is lying, this is all biting him in the ass right now. It's biting him right in the ass right now. Because now he's getting locked up. And if he didn't do anything, and it's all a lie, he didn't do anything at all, he's just making stuff up, then he's taking the rap for something that he tried to capitalize on financially. And you a special kind of stupid to think that you would go lie about the murder of somebody, thinking that you're untouchable, that you're not going to get brought in for questioning or possibly get charged for the taking the life of that particular person that you're saying that you did or were a part of taking that person's life. So again, what kind of, like I said, this is a special kind of idiot. This is a special kind of dumb. He's getting exactly what he deserves. Sorry, not sorry. He's getting exactly what he deserves. This is dumb. This is super dumb. Let's take a look at this. This is allegedly a jail call.
27 years, and y'all want to say they put that shit all over the social media though. That's murder at Tupac. I'm like, that's some bullshit.
Yeah, they ain't got though. They trying to use my statements against me. You gonna lose, dude. I was paid to say that, stupid ass dude. Yeah.
Okay.
I was paid to say that, stupid motherfucker. You can't use my against me, stupid.
And then what's this book they say you wrote?
Yeah, I did. After that dude did that, I didn't breach that contract. He did.
Okay.
Y'all for carrying time. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
Oh, bitch. He had my life up. I clawed up under a rock for 6 years. And I just got tired of it. You know what I'm saying? Let them know the motherfucking truth. Bitch, you ain't just got me, motherfucker. You around me got you for me.
Mm-hmm.
That Dirt Rock, all them son of a bitches. You know?
Wow.
Even my boy Jerome down the street from you. And Little Rizal, all them motherfuckers.
Oh boy, oh boy. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Another one. Art of Dialogue. Shout out to Art of Dialogue.
Is it true that Puff Daddy had a bounty on the death row chains?
No. You know, like they say, they said it's $10,000. It don't make sense because the change wasn't worth fucking $10,000. It was some little punk ass change worth about $500-$600 back then. That was a bullshit change. I guess he get that to his little henchmen. Get them bullshit change away.
Yeah, because I know Suge Knight, Tupac, Snoop, they wasn't wearing no, cheap chains like that. So it had to be his henchmen. So you saying his henchmen was wearing like?
That was a bullshit change. I wouldn't wear that bullshit. I wouldn't have put that on my neck.
So how you know the change was cheap?
Because I seen it.
How you seen it?
The homies at it. They came back from the mall.
Okay, so with that being said, man, let's get right into that, man. So the Lakewood Mall incident with Trayvon Lane. Give me a detailed account of everything that took place.
I wasn't there, but one of my little homies, he's for the play for Arizona, University of Arizona, and he was at the mall. And my nephew and all the other homies was on their way to meet him to buy him some stuff so he can go off to college. And they was already trying to press him. It was Trayvon Lane and a couple of more dudes. I think Kevin Woods and some other dude. There was three of them.
Mm-hmm.
And once my little homie seen, he a football player, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? And he was strong safety. So once he seen the homies come through the door, that's when he knocked Trayvon Lane out and took his change. Snatched his change at the same time. Boom. And one of them got knocked out through the shoe rack. Knocked out all the shoes. They fucked him up bad. Yeah.
Trayvon Lane, he said y'all never took the chain. Y'all tried to, but y'all didn't get it.
Now, my little homeboy had the change, Marcus. He passed away, though. Bless his soul. Yeah, that was bullshit change, really. I wouldn't wear that bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Orlando Anderson, he was involved with that incident, right?
He was there, yeah. He's up there. It was about 8 of them. 8 homies went up there from Southside and handled their business.
Did Orlando talk to you about the incident?
Everybody came back from the mall told me about the shit. Told me what happened. They was laughing like motherfuckers.
The Tupac Vegas incident. Why was y'all in Vegas in the first place?
Coming to the fights. We was going to the fights before the rappers. Before Suge even had a record company. We've been going to the fights since like 88, 89. Yeah. Come down there for the big fights.
So did y'all have tickets to that fight?
Yeah.
Y'all did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got them from my little scapper partner. Scapper. Matter of fact, I was in Tracy with him. He was from Rolling 60s. Little twin dude, he's a scapper. When I got out, I used to go to the games, the Raider games at the Coliseum, and he used to be in front of the team. I found out he was a scapper, so we exchanged numbers. So any concert, sport event, I would call him ahead of time and get the tickets.
What day did y'all show up to Vegas?
I came on that Thursday.
That Thursday?
Yeah.
And the fight was on a Saturday. Y'all showed up on a Thursday. And if I'm not mistaken, the day before the shooting, you spoke to Suge Knight and Tupac, right? A day prior?
I didn't talk to Tupac don't know me.
But Suge Knight, you had a
Yeah,
conversation with Suge Knight.
we was waiting on our cars at the valet at the MGM, and they pulled up, and they Rolls Royces. And
tell me about that, because that was a Friday. That was the day before.
Yeah, and he got out and came and shook my hand. What up, big dog?
Suge Knight.
Yeah, that's why I didn't understand why would they jump on my nephew the next day. I was stupid.
Okay, so he came up to you, he shook his hand. And
Shook my hand. What up, big dog? What you doing? You know, and all the bitches, because all the bras was around him, and so they were like, who the fuck is this dude? He must be powerful. You know what I'm saying? Everybody must have looked at it like that. Damn, he just came out of the crowd just to shake this dude in. Yeah.
So just take me through that Saturday, everything leading up to the incident.
We had got tickets from the scapper dude, and he had his place called over. And we was gonna meet at the cafe after the fight. That was all our plans. So everybody had was coming to the cafe and shit. I seen some of my partners from 1180 East Coast Crips. They like, hey, they just jumped on your nephew. Like, ooh, said some death row niggas. Like, bullshit. They're like, yeah. And we ran in the lane inside the lobby.
So y'all ran into your nephew Orlando. What did he say to you?
Weird, he just said they jumped on him and stuff like that. And I asked him, was he all right? He said his shoulder's kind of fucked up. I guess from getting kicked in the shoulder or something, he said his shoulder was fucked up.
How mad was he?
I was more mad than him. Yeah. Why would you know what I'm saying, motherfucker? You know what's up. Know who people that is.
So what exactly did he tell you? Did he tell you like, yo, Tupac jumped on me, or?
He just said that the death row niggas jumped on him.
And the only injury he had was his shoulder.
His shoulder was kind of fucked up.
Okay, so take me through that. You know, Orlando, he got jumped. What happened after that?
So we ran into the New York dudes. Them. They asked us, do we need some help? We like, nah, we good. And then my little homie, we had some little homies out here selling work, kilos and shit. And they like, man, we know where them niggas gonna be. They gonna be at the 662 Club. They been advertising this all week. They gonna perform this night. So we went up there, and my little homies, we got the choppers. And Mob saying somebody, he seen us back there. He lucky he didn't see us. We didn't see him. You know what I'm saying? They lucky they didn't show up. You know what I'm saying? We had some headhunters with us, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he lucky they didn't show up. 3 choppers. It would have been a massacre, you know? Yeah. We just pulled up there and pulled up there, waited up there for about an hour. Miles James said 10 minutes. It wasn't fucking 10 minutes. Waited up there about an hour. We got tired and went on, started, let's go get high. We bought some champagne bottles, Cristal and Dom Perignon and shit. Stopped at the store and got that shit. When we left, we was in 3 cars, matter of fact. And the other 2 cars missed the light. So we kept on going, heading towards the hotel. When we got to Flamingo, that's when dude was hanging out. He was like he was in a parade or something. Stupid ass, hanging out the window. Hey! And he was like, Tupac! And we like, oh, there go that motherfucker. And we popped a Yui. And that was it.
So I want to backtrack a little. So y'all was waiting at 662. Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. But if I'm not mistaken, y'all was actually waiting at 662 for Tupac and Orlando can fight, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that, because Orlando actually wanted to fight Tupac, right?
Yeah, he's gonna get his ass knocked out. Lane had hands, 1 punch.
Oh, for real, he had hands?
Oh, hell yeah, like God. Yeah.
So tell me about that. Orlando saying he wanted to fight Tupac and have a heads up with him.
We was just, I was gonna tell Suge, let him get down. That's all. He's just gonna beat his ass. Oh.
So y'all was at 662, Tupac and Suge Knight didn't show up. So that's when y'all decided to retaliate, and that's when y'all was like, okay.
No, we just left because they didn't show up.
Okay. Von Zip is the one that provided y'all with the gun, right?
I don't know nothing about that.
I mean, it's in the book and everything, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing about that. Ask Greg K. You believe most of his stories. You know? You do, though.
Yeah, Greg Caden said it. I mean, it said it in the book. I got your book, the audio book.
See, he got the whole world fucked up. Like you got you fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like I said, that.
No, this is in your book.
Unsolved is fucking, Unsolved is a fabricated bunch of bullshit the way he wanted to portray me. You know what I'm saying? I'm sagging, khaki pants. Man, I ain't want no khaki pants in fucking junior high school. High school, I'm a player, dude.
But here's the thing. I got the audio book, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's all in the book. So Von Zip is the one that provided, not you, but somebody that was in the white Cadillac with the gun.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so tell me how that came about. You don't have to tell me the person he gave it to. Okay, so we're not trying to blame you for that, but just tell me how it came about Von Zip offering somebody that was in the car with the gun.
What'd you say?
No, just tell me how it came about. Once again, you don't have to say who exactly he gave the gun to, but just say how it came about where Von Zip provided you and your crew with the gun.
No, he just asked, do we need some help? And shit, he came up with the thing. That's all. Said he had a thing on him. We already had things too, though.
Is he lying? I'm just saying. Do you think that he's lying? I mean, you know, it's a legitimate question to ask. Yo, where did you get the guns? Who handed you the guns? Who provided the guns for you? Who? And he's like, I came up with the thing, and then we did what we had to do. Is he lying? Like I said, did he lie himself to jail? Did he lie himself into jail? I think that's something that I think he's lying. Okay? He's definitely lying. But something ain't right. And again, like I said before, I think he's telling half truths and half lies. Even his involvement in shooting and taking the life of Tupac, I think there's something there that's just not, like he's telling a truth, but not a full truth. It's weird. It's really, really weird. This is a guy who just wanted to capitalize off of a 30-year-old mystery, right? An unsolved mystery, an unsolved murder that maybe he just wants to capitalize on it. But that's the thing. Like you write a book, you say you do it, you did it, you go on all these shows. You don't think that they're going to come back and go, well, in these interviews, you say this. So you're telling me that's not true anymore? I mean, I don't know. This, like I've been saying, this is a special kind of stupid. This is a real special kind of stupid. But now, a lot of these things are going to be biting. Clearly, all of this is going to bite him in the ass. But I wanted to see this. This is a little bit of an update on the jury selection process. Let's take a listen to this because, the trial jury selection has started and we're patiently waiting. Hopefully they give us an idea of how long jury selection is going to be for this week. Like, are they going to start opening statements at the end of this week? Or is it going to be next week they're going to be doing that? I'm kind of curious about that. So let's hear this.
Jury selection process in the trial of Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. He's accused of orchestrating the murder of Tupac Shakur back in 1996. That's him with the beard right there walking in. And we're going to find out what kind of a jury would the prosecution want and what kind of a jury would the defense want in a case like this. And joining us now to break it all down is Faye Honig. She's a managing director of jury research at DRC. And Faye, thank you so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Thank you. And when you look at a case like this, a murder nearly 30 years ago, high profile, a lot of conflicting evidence, especially after this statements, even by the person charged, the suspect himself, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, saying that the book that he had promoted was not really written by him. He had nothing to do with it. He didn't really know what was in it. Now saying also he wasn't there the night that this happened, and by modern standards, a lack of typical forensic evidence that prosecutors would have. What kind of a jury would the prosecution be looking for, and a local jurisdiction like this? Who do they want on that jury?
Yeah, well, first of all, this case is very interesting for many of the reasons you laid out, but ultimately the defendant is also the prosecution's star witness, which is very rare. So the prosecution is going to be looking to say he's credible, he was telling the truth, and the defense is going to try to discredit him and paint him as this fame-hungry liar who is exaggerating to boost his own reputation. So this is the flip of what normally happens, and there's a subtle irony at the core of this case. So as a reminder, it's jury deselection. It's not actually jury selection. So the parties can't actually pick who they want on their jury. They can only get rid of the people who they don't want.
Oh, good point.
Talking in broad terms, ultimately, after all the strikes are done, prosecutors are hoping to get jurors who are pragmatic. Their entire case centers around Davis's own words and multiple statements. They'll likely want jurors who trust law enforcement, trust investigative processes, and will take his almost 20-year-old proffer and subsequent statements at face value. It can turn out to be a tricky case for them. It needs to be unanimous, so they can't let one juror slip through the cracks. And many of the relevant players have died since the time of the murder. And there's also this strong chance of faded memory, false memory, which is at the crux of this case. So they ultimately want jurors who will think who better than the defendant to know what happened. On the flip side, the defense is going to be looking for detail-oriented, probably technical jurors. these jurors who are deterred by the lack of, direct physical evidence that we're talking about, and be reluctant to convict based just on statements that are now being called into question. So the defense is ultimately making this into a false confession case, and they have to degrade their own client and cause skepticism about his credibility. So it's a very, very interesting situation.
So when you talk about the type of people and backgrounds and generations, do they do better with people that are from a more mature generation that were Tupac's age, when Tupac was really popping and really hot on the music scene and culturally? Or do they want more of a Gen Z type of juror who only knows him by the legend and is not that involved in this whole East Coast West Coast beef and the Bloods versus the Crips, Keefe D being a prominent Compton Crip? What do you think about? Is there a generational preference, do you think, for both sides?
It's a really interesting question, and I think it ultimately comes down to what the juror knows, and that's not necessarily determined by age, generation, any sort of demographic. This has been, it's one of the most notorious unsolved murders in the United States for 30 years, and it really depends on what prospective jurors have seen. You can be in your early 20s and have seen every single documentary, listened to every podcast, be very familiar with it, more so than someone who was in kind of their early 40s, 50s, was more around and active at the time that this was happening. So it's not really a generational question. It's more so something to explore in voir dire about what they actually know.
And then what about gender? Males versus females? Any feeling about that? Because one of the things he said in this interview that came out over the weekend on Fox 5 Vegas, he said, I'm concerned about my family. I want to be remembered as a family man, somebody who took care of his family. Their lives are in danger because of this. He doesn't specify by whom, but in terms of the gender, do you see any kind of natural selection there or deselection there, as you would say?
Yeah, it's a good question. And again, I hesitate to put any strong onus on a demographic. It really is more something to explore in voir dire. There is this instinct to say, it is a violent topic, even though there's no, physical evidence. There's not going to be there's not the gun, there's not surveillance video. There is this kind of instinct to say that men may understand this kind of like beef more than women might, but that's not necessarily true. And so it really depends on what they know, how they think about it, what they think about maybe cooperating witnesses, the witness list, if they're very uncomfortable with violence. I've been in multiple high-profile cases where men are more uncomfortable with violence and these types of topics than women. So I hesitate to put any broad statement on it, but it's something that the parties will definitely be considering.
So how critical is this whole jury deselection process, as you much more accurately put it than calling it a selection process? How critical is this to which way this trial is going to go for Davis?
It's incredibly critical. And because of that, they anticipate jury selection will last for multiple days. The good news at state court, the attorneys get voir dire, so they can really follow up and dig in deep about jurors' biases. It is really likely that you're going to get some stealth jurors trying to get on the jury. And those are people that, have the secret agenda to get on the jury. They're very interested. They have, a strong sense of how they want the verdict to happen. It really changes the focus of voir dire. And it's really, really important to get an unbiased jury. It is very unlikely that jurors will not know about this topic, have particular feelings about it, maybe even feel uncomfortable being on the jury. So it's incredibly important for both sides to deselect. And arguably, the prosecution is going to really need to make sure that their voir dire is good, because again, it has to be unanimous. They cannot let one juror slip through the cracks that may bring up a credibility issue and not want to convict.
And then Faye, while we have you, explain for us what is in that voir dire process, because it sounds like you're saying you can't really go by any type of just arbitrary stereotype or demographic of any individuals thinking, well, the women are going to be repelled by it, the men will be understanding, or vice versa. It's really this total picture, but how does a voir dire work?
Yeah, absolutely. So I always say people are not just one thing. You're not just a woman. You're not just a man. You're not just young. You're not just old. Who you are is the combination of your life experiences, your value beliefs, your background, all of those things. And that's what you bring into the jury room. And there's this, underlying sort of tension in this case. It's the prosecution. It's been unsolved for 30 years. The prosecution's really wanting to solve this and kind of put an end to it. And on the flip side, the defense is saying you can't just convict if there's no evidence and you're just going off of, these statements. So the voir dire, the attorneys are going to ask the jurors many questions about their value beliefs, their knowledge of the case, their views. They're going to cover topics. The first one they're going to ask is probably media coverage, their familiarity with Tupac, their familiarity with the events of that night, if they followed the case, if they've seen any recent media coverage. There's also a long witness list, so they're going to want to explore their knowledge of those witnesses as well. They're also going to be interested in their views on hip hop culture, especially in the 90s, street gangs. The prosecution's probably going to want to explore if a juror thinks a person might exaggerate or lie about committing a crime to gain fame or money, which is the defense's, whole argument. And also a big one is going to be prosecutors are going to want to know if a juror is comfortable deciding guilt based on indirect evidence. This is all very circumstantial. It's ultimately about credibility. The defense is going to want to know, how do you determine credibility? What do you make of that? How do you view a witness and say they're credible, they're not credible? It's ultimately going to come down to, do you believe Davis or not, and which Davis do you believe?
Exactly, especially after his comments in that interview over the weekend. And then, Faye, anything else we should keep in mind as this process moves forward? You said you think it should take a couple of days, several days?
Yeah, I think jury selection will ultimately take, I want to guess, 2 or 3 days. I think it's really important for attorneys to get fulsome voir dire and really be able to explore potential biases and if that could affect a juror's ability to be an impartial juror. Everyone can be a juror, but sometimes they're not the right juror for a certain case. And I think that's going to come up a lot in this situation.
And then one other thing, when they're doing the deselection process, as you call it, do they get a certain number of people that they can say, no, we challenge this, or whatever the phrase is, we don't want this person on the jury, or can they drag it out for a certain amount of time? How does that work?
Yeah, so there's two types of strikes, essentially. The first one is called a cause challenge, which is the judge has to allow it, but you raise a cause challenge when a juror rises to the level of not being able to be fair and impartial. So, for example, if a juror says, I've read a lot about this case, I already have a pre-existing view on it, he's guilty, he needs to go to prison. If they've already made up their mind and they can't listen to both sides and be fair and impartial, that rises to the level of a cause challenge. That also, there's going to be hardship categories. This is going to be a 4-week trial. So, if a juror has potential financial hardship, a childcare hardship, that also may be considered. And then besides that, you get unlimited cause challenges, which, tries to even out the fairness of the process. If it's not fair to one side and 10 other jurors aren't fair to the other, those can all be cause challenges. And then each party gets what's called peremptory strikes, which are essentially, they can use them for whatever reason, except for reasons that are covered by what we call Batson, right? So you cannot strike someone solely on the basis of a demographic or a protected class. So they'll get a set number of those, and that's when they'll have to really consider using them sparingly and intentionally, and seeing what the rest of the panel looks like, and maybe preserving some of their peremptories so they're not using all of them up and then someone worse comes in. Each process is different, and these jurors seem very adept and normal in this state court. They practice here a lot, so it's going to be an interesting process.
No, absolutely. And then finally, when we were talking with you going through the Diddy trial, there were people going through the jury selection process there that were deselected because they thought that they were going to write books. I mean, this would be a similar case where there'd be people who'd want to or get deals or get paid for interviews or become podcast celebrities themselves or celebrity type of guests. Are there certain types of questions that they will have to ask about that, or do they just ask straight out directly to kind of suss out people who may seem to be, very low key or the appropriate in other ways, but really off the mark on that one?
Yeah, it's a great question. And that's sort of what I was referencing before with the stealth juror that both sides are going to need to be cautious of. The scariest juror for me is a juror that I haven't heard anything from. I don't know what they're thinking. I don't know why they're not saying anything. It's unlikely that they haven't had some sort of experience that's relevant that they should have spoken about. So yeah, the parties will definitely have to ask them questions. A lot of that can, starting off with, do you follow high profile criminal cases? What kinds of cases do you follow? Something else that they should be doing is doing, additional background research on these jurors, combing through their social media, just doing searches, general Google searches. You can get a good sense if a juror is truly, a private person, or if they post a lot, if they clearly follow a lot of news, if there's something about them that you're a bit concerned. You can try to suss it out during jury selection and voir dire and get them to kind of reveal themselves. But a lot of times that may need to be a peremptory strike.
All right. I know I keep saying it's the last question, but this really will be the last question because we're up against the clock now. But very quickly, what about, will they have a questionnaire like they did in federal court? Will there be a jury questionnaire that the judge has to approve? I believe he had to approve it in order to use it for the deselection process.
Yeah, so when we were speaking with Diddy, they had a long form questionnaire that was filed. Judge had to approve it. Both sides had to approve it. I scoured. I did not find a juror questionnaire in this instance. If there is one, please correct me if I have not found it. But in lieu of that, the attorneys get to do their own voir dire. So they'll be able to speak to the jurors. And I don't believe there's a juror questionnaire because in one of the pre-conferences, the judge was talking about how they'll need to ask about media in open court. And that is the number one question that would be on a questionnaire. So, if you don't get a questionnaire, which I always am a huge proponent of questionnaires, jurors are much more likely to be forthcoming in questionnaires. The next best thing is attorney-led voir dire. So that's what they have here. It seems the judge is going to be fairly flexible with giving them the time that they need to be able to figure out those biases and make sure that they're seating the most fair and impartial jury they can.
All right.
Yeah. That's the main question is if they're going to be able to find people in this jury that aren't going to have bias, right? That aren't going to already have their own opinions and all that. So we'll see what happens with that. Let me grab this. This is the interview with his lawyer that I know we want to see as well. So again, let me just remind you really quick before we go into
All right.
this,
Well, Mr. Michael.
before we go into this interview, this happens to be Keefe D's lawyer. If I'm correct, this lawyer's doing it pro bono. So he's doing it on the free 99. All right? On the frizzy 9s and 9s right now. Okay? So there's that. Okay? So we got to take a look at this. And see what's going on with this. I'm going to speed it up a little bit so we can get through it, okay? But let's take a listen to what's going on here.
Sam, thank you for joining us. We are just a few days away from this trial. So before we get into the nitty-gritty details, tell me, were you a Tupac fan growing up?
I am a Tupac fan, so it's not a word, it is an am. I appreciate his music and his lyrics. I think his lyrics are great.
Yeah. So what was your reaction when you kind of were handed this case now 30 years after his death?
Well, it's one of those things where I obviously wasn't planning on it. I had received a phone call from one of my friends who was an attorney who had informed me that the previous attorney was withdrawing from the case and had asked for my help to take over the case. I did not know who Keefe D was. I just didn't keep up with it. Being a criminal defense attorney for like 25 years, the last thing I want to hear is more work, right? So I don't want to hear about other people's cases. I don't want to, I don't follow the news for that reason. I don't typically try to stay away from like true crime episodes and things because it's like listening to my work, right? And so I had been at that particular point a little bit bored because I had stopped my criminal defense practice the year before and I was doing more traveling. It sort of came at that time where I didn't have much going on. The firm, we do a personal injury firm now, the boutique litigation firm. And so we're very happy with where we're at. And this thing just fell into my lap. And I looked at the case, I looked at the evidence that was presented at that time, and I really believe in Keefe's defense that he didn't do it. So as a result, I took on the case. So I've taken it on pro bono.
What I want to know is how is he going to prove that? How is he going to prove that Keefe D didn't do this? That's the main thing I want to know, because here's the thing. He could easily just go up to the jury and be like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he didn't do it. Because you know, he said it and he's lying, and he wrote a book, but that whole thing was a lie too. How's he going to prove, how's he going to sway the jury to make them go, okay, yeah, he was just fibbing the entire time? There's countless interviews. There's the proffer. Let me repeat that again. There's the proffer that he did 20 years ago. He was admitting to doing things then too. He was admitting to the whole thing as well. So all I'm saying is, like, you got the proffer from years ago. You got the book. You got all these interviews, these podcasts and stuff that he's out here peddling this book. How is he going to prove and sway the jury to be like, yeah, he's just a lying son of a gun? He's just a pathological liar. How's he going to do that?
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Well, talking about getting the case handed over to you because a previous attorney, Mr. Draskovich, had stepped out of it. What were some of the challenges that you faced head on, knowing that you were, let's say, the third attorney to take on this case?
So sometimes when you have a case where there's multiple attorneys that have been on it before you, it's usually a sign that maybe that you have a client who isn't managing expectations well or has issues getting along with people in general. I've never found that to be of Keefe. And once again, Keefe meaning Dwayne Davis. Okay. I call him Keefe. His family calls him Keefe. It's one of those things. And so I met with Keefe first time, very pleasant man. I've met with his family, very good people. I attended his father's funeral in Compton, California. It wasn't Compton, it was California early on. Met his family, and they're all just normal, hardworking people. And so it wasn't the issue of him not being the type of person that would get along with people. It was just more of, I think on some level, finances for these other attorneys, as well as just, you know, juggling schedules. No one could really devote the time and attention that Keefe's defense needed for this type of case.
And for those of our viewers who are not up to date with this, Mr. Dwayne Davis has gone through a few attorneys. As I just mentioned, Mr. Draskovich was the last attorney. He had mentioned he was withdrawing because of a retainer issue. That could mean a lot of things. But you're saying that you took this case on pro bono. But the magnitude of the work that is going to go into this trial,
countless hours. So when we started, I believe there was 2,000 pages of discovery. We are now up to, I want to say, 14,000 pages of discovery. And so it's come not all at once. It's in dribs and drabs. And so we've been managing review of every page, determining what that page meant, whether it was relevant to our defense or not. And that takes time. In the meantime, we've also been doing research, interviewing people, going out to Compton, walking the streets where some of these events had occurred, and then talking to potential witnesses for our case, that kind of thing. So what's nice about this is that I don't really have much of anything else going on. My two partners with the personal injury practice are phenomenal attorneys. And quite honestly, they've sort of have borne that weight of managing and running the firm and doing the work while I'm gallivanting along here doing the TUPAC trial. So it's been a lot of hard work, and we've put a ton of hours. There's 4 of us in the team that are working basically 24/7 on this case from the very beginning in April. When I first took the case on, I refused to move the date for the trial. So the date had already been set by previous counsel for August 10th. I refused to move it because when I had looked through what I had in the beginning, I just didn't believe that Keefe should be in custody a minute longer than he needs to be.
And you were brought on just a few months ago.
April, I think.
Yeah, so that didn't give, from April to now, August 10th for a jury trial, that didn't give you a lot of time.
4 months. Yeah. 4 months to go through 30 years of paperwork and investigation and multiple jurisdictions. You're talking about Compton PD and LAPD and FBI. And I mean, there's all these different people that had some, investigation into this case over that time period. Yeah.
So it's not your average murder case that we see in Las Vegas. Was it what led you to that decision of taking this on pro bono, comparing this to the work that you're putting in?
I did not want to be hemmed up for payment. I mean, to put it simply, the problem is, and I understand the other attorneys' positions, right? They, if you're going to do a case like this, the state had already said that they're anticipating that their case in chief would be, 4 to 5 weeks, on top of whatever long the voir dire or jury selection would be, on top of our case in chief if we were going to do it. I mean, that's a lot of time to spend away from the office and spend away from making money for the office to keep the lights on and so forth. So I understand completely the economics of it. And by not being tethered to a financial expectation by the family or by Keefe, that allows me just to run free and just do it the way that I need to get it done. So,
wow. And you mentioned going back to Compton. How important is that for defense attorneys to really immerse themselves back to the scene? I know the shooting happened in Vegas, but as prosecutors had laid out even last week in court, this was a gang feud that started long before the killing of Tupac Shakur.
I think walking the sort of the neighborhoods of where, you know, these competing gangs, you know, existed side by side, it just tells you just how compact this whole thing was. I mean, the city of Compton is roughly 10 miles by 10 miles. And within that box, you have 52, 53 different sets of either Crip or Blood. You learn that, you know, if your parents move into Compton and they buy a house on a certain street, you move into that house, you're an associate by default of whatever the gang is for that street. The sets are set typically by the streets. Yeah. And so as a result, walking through Compton and seeing the houses and how close everyone lived, it's very helpful to get a sense of, you know, how it would have been back in the 90s. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So Tupac Shakur, he was a upcoming star when he died. He was just 25 years old, but his legacy continued. He's a name that almost everyone has heard by now. How much of that will play into the facts of this case when it comes to presenting it to the jury?
Well, obviously, I mean, Tupac's name and his legacy is always going to be the thing that draws people in, right? And, you know, the sad thing about Tupac's early death is I think a lot of people have tried to capitalize financially on it, which is, I think, a very sad thing. And that includes, quite honestly, Keefe's book, you know, the book that he written. So as a result of that, on some level, you know, people who are interested in Tupac, I think, you know, even someone like myself 30 years ago, you know, Tupac just had a thing. There was just a vibe that he had, and his music and his lyrics, I think, were phenomenal. I never really understood anything more than the albums and the music itself. But when you take over a case like this and you're learning more about his background, you're learning more about how he was raised, you learn more about what his intentions were in the future. All very beautiful things about Tupac. And I think those are the things that most people that knew him like that have sort of glommed onto and made that sort of a thing that will always exist in their minds. And look, at the end of the day, we want justice for Tupac. We want the person responsible for killing Tupac to be held accountable for their actions. And so as a result, yes, I can see why so many people have really sort of gravitated towards this case and really want to know about it.
Speaking of his legacy, how much it's impacted anyone who listens to rap or anything within the hip hop genre, or even if you don't, the Tupac's a name that you may have heard or will hear eventually. How are you expecting to have a jury that's going to remain completely impartial?
Well, every juror, potential juror who's asked questions are always asked the one question as, can you be fair and impartial to both the defense as well as the state of Nevada? And if you say no, then obviously you can't be on a jury. If you say yes, I mean, I've had trials over the years where you have someone who's been a victim of a certain type of crime and now potentially would be a juror on that exact same kind of crime. You would think automatically that person would be excluded. But no, if the person says, I can still be fair and impartial, then that person remains on the jury until such time as maybe either party moves through a peremptory challenge to strike that person with that jury. So as a result, I would expect that if the question's asked, does anyone know the name Tupac Shakur? I think pretty much almost everyone's going to raise their hand. And as a result, if you know that's going to happen, that's not a big deal. It's whether or not you can be fair. And once again, presume that the man sitting there accused of the crime is innocent until such time as they prove otherwise. So,
in one of the most recent court hearings that we did hear this, we're expecting a large jury pool, right, for jury for this case. How are you going to narrow it down to 12 to 15 people?
I don't know. Well, I mean, everyone's going to be asked the same questions by the court. The judge will ask the basic questions.
I mean, here's the thing. And I'm going to skip ahead, because it's the jury questions. And it's like, I get it. Jury selection is happening and everything. And I get that. Right. But there, clearly there's some stuff that I'm just like, all right, some things need to start making sense here. Like, or I want to hear more about what his plans are about, like, getting this guy free. How's that? That's the thing I want to know more than anything. How is he going to prove to the jury that Keefe D didn't do this, right?
Forget about the logistics, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people that have to be involved, the rooms that have to be rented, the fact, but the people themselves, literally, I would imagine probably felt like they were being in custody during the entire time.
We're talking no phones, no TV, in a hotel room after court for 6 weeks.
To me, it was more about the idea that we just need to be aware of
Damn.
media influences, right? Like everyone that's watching what you're doing right now that are going to be influenced by you is a concern, because you want jurors who are going to stick to the promise of we will only consider what is going to be presented to us in court and not anything else. We just live in a world now that's so much more interconnected that, I mean, in OJ's time, they didn't have phones and, this kind of thing, internet, for instance. And so now we have those things. You walk out of that building, you're going to be bombarded with something. You're going to watch Fox News and have a little ticker on the bottom that talks about the day's event. So to me, that's the problem. But there's no way around it.
No, because we have to do what we have to do.
Right, exactly. So it's no one's fault. It's just sort of the way the system is now. But we did get basically some relief for the jury. So, they'll come in as a group through private elevators in the back. They'll go up whenever they're on break. They don't go out into the hall. They actually will be in a jury deliberation room the entire time. They'll be, lunch will be brought to them every day, that kind of thing. And that's just to keep them out of the view of media and so forth. We just don't want to make the jurors' jobs any more harder than they already are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we're talking about just the media attention of this case and just the 3 decades behind it. How are you finding time to decompress and balance everything out as we start this countdown to the trial?
Okay. Where are the questions about?
And it is,
Hold
yeah.
on.
And I've been reading through it. Have you had a chance to read through it?
Because it's like, I like to go surfing. Like, we don't need to hear about that. What we want to know is how's he going to pull this off? How's he going to pull this off? Right? And then that's the thing. Was all the script, Pascal? He's going to pull out all them scripts he was forced to read. See, that's the thing, Melinda. That's exactly what I mean. Like, where's the proof of those things? Let me see the actual, like, show the hard evidence. If he was forced to read a script for the proffer, show the script of the proffer. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's certain things that I'm like, yo, show the actual proof, man. But they're not, like I said, I don't really care about how he's going to, how is he going to turn his brain off at the end of every day during trial. I don't care about that. What I want to know is, what's his strategy? What's his approach? What's he going to do? I don't need to know how he's going to, I don't know, go, play pickleball after every day at court. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. Or have a really good stiff scotch. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to know what he's planning on doing.
And get to know the family a little bit. But I did it out of respect as well for Keefe. He was in custody, he's been unable to meet with his family or see his family. And I felt it was important for a representative like myself to step in and be there on his behalf for his father. I learned a lot of things about the family. They are good people. They're normal people. There's nothing extraordinary one way or the other. They're just hardworking people who do everyday things, right? And their family. They gather around each other and they support one another. And so, things in the book where he talks about his family, I think are relatively consistent in terms of the feeling of family and the feeling of that type of thing. Now, here's the thing, whether the book is something that should be the gospel truth, that's the question of the day. Is it something where we can say you wrote it in a book, so therefore that is what it is? And that's something for a jury to decide.
I've noticed in court that Mr. Davis keeps trying to speak and you kind of shush him. Does he have any intention to take the stand?
Thank you. That's a good question.
Every defendant has the right to testify on their own behalf. I cannot force someone to either testify or not testify. Obviously, it'll be his right when the time comes for him to make that decision. He does get upset because he feels like he's being misrepresented in terms of the way that the state has portrayed him. And once again, explaining to Keefe that, hey, this is a hearing that's not the trial. It's, once again, in his mind, he's being unfairly, characterized, or he's unfairly painted in a certain way. And that just comes with the territory. He wrote a book. We have to accept that. And so as a result, even though he wants to say something in his defense, I've always told him that that's not the time or place to do that.
Can you talk to us for...
He wrote a book. Really painted in a certain way. And that just comes with the territory. He wrote a book. We have to accept that. And so as a result, even though he wants to say something in his defense, I've always told him that that's not the time or place to do that.
So hopefully he will be taking the stand. He probably doesn't want him to take the stand because it will be that's self-sabotaging the entire trial for him, like the entire defense argument, because I mean he's clearly going to be just talking crazy and just rattling and saying all kinds of things and just being a sloppy mess. That's what I think. But I'm telling you right now, he dumb, and I'm not talking about the attorney here. The attorney's going to do his job, right? And his job is to sit there and try to present his client in the best way possible. But I don't think it would be a good idea to put him on the stand, but he may put him on the stand. You see what I'm saying? And he is acknowledging. He's like, yep, the book is made. He did write that book. That book exists. We have to acknowledge that. But how is he going to maneuver around that, right? How is he going to prove to that jury, yeah, this is all fabrication. This is all one big fib. He's making things up, so on and so forth. Let's just finish out the little bit more of this.
Can you talk to us, for those of you who are not familiar with a murder trial, can you tell us why it's typically not common practice to have the defendant take the stand?
I mean, I've had acquittals where clients take the stand, testify on their own behalf. I've had, the majority of the time as an attorney, you want to be prudent, which requires you to say, like, I cannot control what you're going to say, so just don't say anything at all. More times than not, I think people immediately believe that the person who's going to testify is lying or saying something to try to get out of the situation that they put themselves in. And so, and a lot of times clients will decide on their own whether they want to do it or not. I've always been of the opinion that I don't force my clients to make a decision one way or the other, because it's their constitutional right to speak their truth, to say the words that they think they ought to say. Outside of that, even me, for instance, if I was accused of a crime, I don't know if I'd want to speak on my own behalf. I don't know. I don't know what it's like to have that kind of pressure where you're being accused, especially of a crime that's so significant, like a murder. Like how do you feel confident in your own abilities to get in there and say words to a jury who are looking at you, and these are 12 strangers you don't even know.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Just one of those things.
How is Mr. Davis feeling about the trial coming up?
He's hopeful. I think he's relieved that we're moving in the pace that we are, that we're in position. He's been kept abreast of everything that's been happening. And I know that he's in a position now where he feels good about the fact that we're, the biggest concern always with attorneys and their clients is communication. This is the number one bar complaint. And so it's always how I don't know what's going on with my case and my attorneys don't return my phone calls. We made it a point to make sure that Keefe was always involved from day one in, constant visits with updates to what's going on with this case. And so as a result, he has a better understanding, a clearer picture of where he's at. And as a result, he's not so much in fear of the unknown from his defense, right? He may be still fear of the unknown, meaning the jurors, but in terms of the defense, I don't think he's afraid of that.
Got it. Well,
I mean, of course he's going to be hopeful. Of course he's going to be hoping that, people will see that he was just lying and that, this was just one big fugazi and that he was just trying to get a money grab and all that. And, you never know. The jury might actually turn to him and be like, you know what? All right. We're going to relinquish the BS. We're not going to get on his ass like this about this, that, and the third. We're just going to stay off of him, right? Bringing him on to take the stand could be sabotage for everything that this attorney is trying to build for Keefe D. But I will say, I've seen other people take the stand and it work out in their favor. But I've also seen other ones, like, let's not forget Alec Murdaugh, right? That whole thing did not work out in his favor when he went to the stand and tried to present his side of things. It imploded. That was it literally, like, he sunk his own battleship when he was up there, just to be completely real. Now, I already understand that, speaking of Alec Murdaugh, he is on the verge of trying to get the indictment. He's trying to get his indictment reversed. Okay. He's trying to get that out, by the way. Thank you, Messi, for letting me know about that. And that's absolutely insane. All right. But regardless of that, when you come to this and Keefe D, he needs to just shut the hell up. He needs to sit there, stay quiet, let his attorney do what he needs to do so that he has a proper trial. But I'm telling you, he's been out here countless times. You got to remember, under oath, he did a proffer where he spoke about his involvement in the unaliving of Tupac. It's not just lying on a podcast, lying on some YouTube video, lying in a book. Those are all bad things. They're all not great. But at the same time, when you are going into a room and you are specifically being told you are to tell the truth and nothing but the truth right here, and this is all legally recorded, just so you know, and you still tell the same story? Like I said before, his attorney has him and his attorney have a very, very long journey ahead of them if they're trying to get exoneration. I just don't see it happening anytime soon. People can literally go, and I feel like that's going to be one of the things that prosecution's going to push and point at. They're going to be like, fine, you can lie in books. You can lie on podcasts and YouTube videos all day long. Plenty of people do it all the time. But when you go into a room and you are told to, and you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and you're doing this as a proffer, and you're telling exactly everything that you're telling that was told in the book or in these interviews, we don't need the books. We don't need the podcasts. We just need this proffer. And within this proffer, you are confessing to having some part in the unaliving of Tupac. And you tell us the whole breakdown of the whole story of why you did what you did. That's it. Boom. It is there for everyone, for prosecution, for the whole world to hear now. There is no argument here anymore. You lied here, but you told the truth here, unless you broke a law by lying to prosecution during this proffer. And then the other thing, too, is like, then why lie? Why make that up? Why lie to the prosecution? Why lie during your proffer? Why not just say, I have nothing to do with it, man. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I have nothing to do with it. Yeah, I was just lying in these books and stuff like that. I was lying on these podcasts and whatnot. You know what I mean? There's a rumor about me being involved, but I have nothing to do with it. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Okay? The thing is like, I'm sorry, but I truly think that he did this. He just may be so caught up in his own lies, he can't remember what's true and what's not anymore. You see what I'm saying? But I really do think he has something to do with this whole situation for sure. But I mean, what say you guys? What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on this? You know, I think he has a lot to do with this, but we'll see what happened. Okay. I mean, we're going to find out during this trial. You know, we will be able to, if I'm correct, we'll be able to see what's going on inside that courtroom. Obviously, this is day one of the of jury selection. It is still ongoing. This jury selection could last throughout the week. It can last for 2-3 days. We don't know, right? Hopefully, it'll be quick so that this 5 to 6 week trial gets on and moving faster and starts sooner rather than later, right? But guys, I'm gonna have to wrap up today, okay? But I will be back on in a little while. Yeah, I may be back on tonight because there's some stuff going on, and we need to talk about some other updates that are going on with there's some Nolan Wells stuff that's going on, and of course there's some other things that are going on as well. And you know, I'm keeping an eye on the Lindsay Clancy case. I just don't know how I'm able to like squeeze that in somehow into what we're doing right now. But the Lindsay Clancy case trial is definitely something I've been keeping an eye on as well, that I am very interested in showing and sharing and talking to you guys about as well, because that case is just crazy. Okay, just crazy. But we are getting closer to finding out if justice will be served and more clarity and bringing the people accountable for taking the life of Tupac we might be getting that very, very soon. We might be getting that before October, which is wild. Okay, 30 years in the making, y'all. Okay, but yeah, I'm letting you know. Okay, so yeah, and Chud the Builder got bailed out, and he's apparently back out in the streets acting the fool all over again. Let me see this. Hold on. Where is that? I just heard. Excuse me. Where is it? I just heard about Chud the Builder being released, bailed out. Hold on. Yep, Chud the Builder bail. Yep, controversial streamer Chud the Builder released on bond in Tennessee. So he's out. He could be out there to go and start more crap all over again. I guarantee you, he's going to be back online talking crazy. Okay, Dalton Etherly. All right, he has been released from bonded out of jail. I wonder who bonded him out. That's one thing I'm kind of curious about. But of course, he is still looking at some charges. I mean, he's on bail. He's out on bail, but he's a piece of trash. Okay. But guys, I'll take a look at that article in a little while. Okay. But I do have a video I want to share with you guys here in a little bit, and all that too. But who posted this bond? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. That is a very good question. But he was released on bond. So somebody went out there and paid. He bonds out. He bonded out. Okay? He bonded out. So who paid for it? I wouldn't be surprised if it was like Jake Lang or something of that sort. You know what I mean? Some piece of trash. You know, some fellow piece of trash that thinks that he has every right to do what he's doing, you know, online and all that. I mean, he does have the right to do it. It's his legal right, constitutional right. I just don't like it. You know what I mean? He's trash. Chud the Builder. Okay? You make content by calling people of color, racist, racial slurs. How's that content? You know what I'm saying? How's that a life worth living? You know what I mean? So, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Okay. But justice is coming for him too. But yeah, I do have another video I got to share for you guys here in just a minute. We do have some Nolan Wells updates here as well. So we'll probably be on tonight to cover that. Like I said, there's a lot going on. So I want to share those things with you guys in a little bit. Okay. It was a gambling company, $1 million cash. That's insane, T. Kells. If that's true, thank you so much for sharing that. If that's true, that's crazy, T. Kells. Well, I wonder what that gambling company, whose gambling company it was. You know what I mean? I'm sure people are going to be angry and probably boycott or try to cancel that account. We'll see what happens, though. Okay, guys? But, guys, that is the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. Really means a lot. Thank you so much for tuning in and being part of the conversation. Of course, I'll let you guys know if I go back on a little bit later on this evening. There are some things about to pop off, so we have definitely got to talk about it. And then tomorrow we're going to be on this trial watch thing as well. So, trying to squeeze in a lot in a very short amount of time. So please do me a favor, hit the like button down below, crush it, do what it do, hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X+, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, I'm on all of them. So make sure you hit that follow button. Follow, please. Okay. Hit that subscribe button down below. Oh, I forgot about the poll. Let me end the poll. 79% of y'all say that he's absolutely cooked out of 711 votes. So yes, he is absolutely cooked. That's what I think. He's going to need a miracle. Keefe D is going to need a mother-loving miracle. But Make sure you hit that subscribe button down below. Subscribe here. Go to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, and my third channel, Pascal Shorts. Subscribe over there as well. All 3 channels, subscribe. Make sure you hit that notification bell on all channels so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload a short, a clip, or a video, or go live, because it is random whenever I get time. Please and thank you. Hit that join button down below, become a member. Check out my Patreon, and of course, check out pascalmerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out, pascalmerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. I'll see you guys most likely very, very soon. I got a video coming up here very shortly, so keep an eye on it, and we'll talk here soon. All right, it's time to get going. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another.